Just the greatest of just be okay, beautiful happening. Comment was real. There's DC now. Hey, how's it going? I just saw, because I was trying to see what time your comment was from. 3 o'clock this afternoon in our world. But yeah, it's a big ship. She's a big, and that's the one we were working on last week. Now let's see. Over. Boom. Here we are in town. Woohoo. Cool. Alright, Gmod, server's up, I'm in. And I see you're being connected. Server
Hopefully
feels...
it doesn't crash like last week.
Oh yeah, no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Fine. It's gonna be fine. Right? Is that what we think? That's what we think. Oh goodness.
I don't know. I tried 3 different times to load in.
Everything was so smooth. I even said like, wow, it feels really smooth. Server's really nice. And then you started connecting, and my character hopped and kept hopping directly towards a battery, and I was like, oh no, and then I went through the battery. I wonder what the reasoning is behind that, because in theory, the server itself shouldn't be affected by a random client, right? I mean, like, this is just talking, server theory here, but the idea is the server itself is solid, and everybody's interaction with said server should be 100% based on their connection to the server, right? Because the whole point of a server is that it has multiple connections. It's not, everybody's not feeding on the same connection to the server. So in theory, it's the joy of a server is that it is connecting to each person individually and dealing with each of them as separate clients, and those should be separate. I mean, like, obviously if I'm sitting here click dragging 50,000 blocks and then letting go, that's gonna chug the server for a second, because it'd be like, whoa, hold on. But like, you just connecting to the server and being on the server shouldn't really mess with like my experience per se, because the server can definitely handle what you're doing.
Virtually limiting the amount of like bandwidth and everything.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. And again, like, just, I mean, when I was talking about with Host Havoc a couple weeks ago, remember when we couldn't load in because that big file on the other server, and my thought was that they weren't dedicated machines, and now I found out, yes, no, 100%, they're not dedicated machines. That's all well and good, and I get that, but you gotta have enough resources to run the server. And maybe they auto scale, but the problem with that would be, well, if they auto scale, then how come like it's not chuggy for a second and then everything's fine after that? Like, I was perfectly smooth, and now that we're both connected, I get the jitters, just like you guys. If I'm not connected, you and Infinite are probably like doing just fine,
Yeah, and I mean, I'm rubber banding back already.
But it's as soon, and probably if I bumped out, maybe, you would be fine, potentially, because you're the only one in the server. But I know for a fact, I load in, and when I load in, like, around lunchtime to take, things to the, take screenshots, or just now when I loaded in and you hadn't even tried to connect yet, everything's perfectly smooth, like butter smooth. And then the minute you connect, I get jittery, like this, like I just rubber banded back again. Like, what is the deal? It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand. it's weird. Anyway, it's going well, DC. How you doing? But yes, like you said, it is a big ship. The picture was taken from the nose, which is just way over here, and it's literally it's the front fifth maybe of the ship. 1, 2, 3, 4, almost a. Yeah, because that would be 4, and then a plus the 1 on the end. Yeah, so about a fifth of the ship's body, the hull is done. There's a whole lot going on inside here, though, so it's gonna, well, to an extent, the back end is a huge hangar, so there's a lot of empty space in there, actually. So, maybe it's not that crazy, but yeah. There, we got that going. Connection has social anxiety. Right? It's just so weird. Oh, somebody else. Oh, goodness. Gmod's connected. Oh, I gotta freak out. Yeah, it's silly. It's weird. Anyway, all right. Yeah, so we got stuff going on. So, Gmod, if I am not mistaken, Remind me if I am mistaken, because I could very well be mistaken. Resources. You were gathering last week, correct?
No, I was hoping you build the ship. We ran out at the last minute of iron.
And then you were going to go gather iron, right? Because that's what I remembered we were out of.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like we need resources. We need iron. Because I took my ship out and got gold, and then came back, and then we talked about maybe taking the little drone out or something like that and doing that. But the idea here was that, like, right at the end, we ran out of iron. Yeah, we're out of iron. So we need to go get some iron. So let's see, where are you heading to go get some iron? Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, so excited. All right, beautiful. Yeah, so we'll get some iron, and then I do notice too, I think it gets a whole lot better the further away from base we get. I remember like when I was taking the ship way out, I was like really far away from base and like other grids and stuff like that. It's pretty good. But as is customary, I can definitely pop in to the good old trash removal.
I heard Discord. Do we have an infinite?
Oh my goodness, do we really? Is this it's like a cryptid sighting? Is this?
I know.
Well, hey, it is infinite.
What's going on?
Hey,
how you been?
I told Gmod before we connected, I was having dreams about you, about why you've been missing for 3 weeks.
All kinds of alternate explanations.
I had a dream last night. I told Gmod, I said, I think it was in preparation for, like, because I've been thinking about it. So, like, today, you know, like overnight, I'm like, well, tomorrow's Thursday. What's going to happen? Is it going to be there? Who knows? I don't know, man. I haven't heard from him forever. And my brain decided while I was asleep that the reason that you have not been around for 3 weeks is because you went off, settled down with somebody, and got married. And then that's, you've just been gone. And Gmod goes, that would be a good reason. I was like, yeah.
But also, I think Mantis needs to take a break from the fan fiction a little bit until we confirm with Infinite at least.
No, it was great. It was great. That was what my brain came up with last night. I woke up this morning and I was like, huh. Yeah, I guess maybe.
It's really wholesome.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what my thought was. I was like, you know, oh, he went off, found a girl, and settled down, and he's just been dealing with the wedding, and that's why it's 3 weeks. Anyway, so that's what we've been thinking about lately. At least I have been. How are you doing?
Doing all right.
That's good. I hope your vacation was refreshing.
It was great. Yep.
Beautiful.
Out in the sun and the water every day. Fantastic.
Beautiful.
Apparently DC was at someone's Infinite wedding.
It's true. I was there. I was the marriage certificate. Wait. Hold on. You were the marriage certificate? Like the piece of paper? Or you were the, like, officiant? That's interesting. And I have also never noticed that Infinite's orange rover says top on the top. I don't know why I've never noticed this before, but apparently
it's pretty handy, actually.
Huh. I've never seen that before, and now I'm going through the entities, and yeah, so I'm not seeing really. Oh, there's the same drone still hanging out at the logistics. I wonder if
we decrease the view distance or a few other things maybe for the
No,
server.
the problem is I like the view up. And I will say, it never oh! Wait a second! Gmod, what about the drill heads that fell off? Remember them?
Probably somewhere.
They're down there. I see them. Maybe they're oh, well, okay. I'm now down with them, apparently. Cool, that's interesting.
Yeah, that happened to me too.
I just went running down the hallway and then suddenly I'm underwater. All right, that's cool. Those, maybe we should get rid of those.
Sure.
That's okay, but here, okay, hold on. Do we delete them, or do we?
I would just delete him because there might be ghost entities or something.
Yeah, that's true. All right, you're not wrong. All right, let's do that. I'll take care hear that. Oh, hold on. Oh,
And not only is there stuff that's probably down there, there's probably stuff still in the water from our old printer.
I don't think so.
Itself.
No, I cleaned that up last week. But these guys though, I did not, and there was a reason for it because I was like, ho ho. Well, first of all, maybe I didn't get to them or not. Okay, they are now gone, and the server says he's happy. So we'll see how that goes. See if that maybe helps with some of the craziness we were having last week. And well, let's let the server settle. I was the paper. Nice, DCS. All right, DC was the paper.
Yeah.
But I had a dream that's what happened, and then you and I guess you came over to our house, and so you were here and you were talking about like the marriage, like literally like DC. We were talking about DC, the marriage certificate, and I was like, oh yeah, like my wife and ours is like in this little thing, and I went and showed it to one of our display cabinets, and I showed it. It was this whole thing. Anyway, yeah, so that's that. So anyway,
that is the example of when a dream, you can't choose which one's real.
No, I'm a very good dreamer. I am a very good dreamer. I have very good dream action.
So at that point, it's like, which dream is the reality and which one's the Matrix?
Right? Yeah, like I said, I'm very good with dreams, and I can have, not all of them, obviously, but there are a lot of times when I will have a dream, and it's like, it's good. Like, I'm pretty sure the story, like the Pokemon story, came to me in a dream. Like the initial pieces of it, came to, not the version that you read, Gmod, but like the original parts came to me in a dream. And I'll try to think about the story before I go to sleep, so I can hopefully dream about bits and have some inspiration. But yeah, I have good dreams a lot of the time.
Yeah. Later on, when we're not on Space Engineers, but or busy, but it was really fascinating. Some of the things that you glossed over in the chapter 1 that might make important background information.
Okay. This let me tell you a thing.
Or it might show up in chapter 2.
Okay. But you probably remember, like, you mentioned it on Sunday that you had read it, and I was like, oh sweet, and then we just kind of moved into Elite, and that was that. I do want to go over and talk about it a little bit today, if that's cool with you.
Sure.
Because I would rather it be on the mainstream first off, but we've got more time to kind of talk and think about it here instead of being an Elite where every minute is a second away from death. So but yeah, I do want to discuss that, so we will get to that a little bit later. Infinite, did you have a chance to read the story by any chance?
I've been busy. I have not.
Okay. All right. So then you'll just have to plug your ears at times, I guess. So there's that. But yeah, awesome. All right, cool. All right. So I'm gonna grind down, and am grinding down the prototype raft, my little dinghy, because he's been underwater the whole time, and I doubt he's causing any problems. But there's no reason to calculate water buoyancy and stuff if you don't need to. So.
Curious, what's the fastest moving object?
I don't know. I'll find out.
Because the last time we had the stutter issues like this, something was clipping like a...
Yeah, well, let me tell you a thing.
Or something.
Let me tell you a thing. So, what I noticed before... Oh, that took a hot minute. Okay, maybe that's part of it too. There we go. Okay, that's out. My ship, actually, at times... So, I've been in the game... I don't think it happened last week, but when I was in the game doing screenshots, at one point, suddenly it, like, locked up, and I was like, what in the world? And I went and looked, and it was my ship had, like, drifted to shore and was burying itself in the side of the shore. And I was like, whoa! And so I, quickly pasted back into the water. Yeah, that does happen. At the moment, that's not happening. Okay, yeah, he's loaded in good. He's very purple. What is it? Oh, it's his bed. That's right, his bed's purple. I forgot. I was like, what is that big purple line?
Yeah,
I gotcha. Oh, speaking of everyone, oh goodness. Did want to make an announcement to everybody. Actually, 2 announcements. StarCore is coming to an end. So if you guys are StarCore people and are interested in that and you didn't see the announcements, StarCore is wrapping itself up. It's closing its doors. Basically, just interest has kind of started to fade. With SE2 on the horizon, SE1 is kind of not really getting a lot of attention, per se, as far as like anything crazy new or any real new players, because a lot of people are kind of going to SE2 if they're new to the group. So they've just been having less and less, people participating in things. My goodness, why am I blanking on these words? Competitions, the scrimmages and stuff like that. And so they have decided they're just gonna. That's it. Now, there's been some, as they mentioned in the post, like there has been some groundwork laid for some other things like Tank Core and Fleet Core and things like that. So those are still going strong, and basically anybody can still do a StarCore tournament. That's the word I was looking for, tournament. But the official ones are going to be towards the end of it. So there is that. On the other side, in the almost exactly same identical vein of SE1 falling into pieces, the plugin loader, the Avastinus, I think, is the one who did the plugin loader. They are wrapping up their time with SE and are moving on to other projects. So the plugin loader will no longer be being updated, and I believe it is going to technically stop functioning because, like, if a new version of the game comes out, it will not update, as you tend to do with that. So, PSA, everybody, there is a new plugin loader out called Pulsar. So if you are interested, you can definitely grab it from the GitHub and grab it there. It also has a Discord that you can definitely be a part of and get some info there. But it uses the same, if I'm not mistaken, it uses the exact same plugin directory that the plugin loader uses. So any of your favorite plugins will still work. Everything should be fine. You just need to switch over to that launcher. Now, the joy of this launcher is that it is a little bit different than the last one, and you can actually install the launcher. It will install through Steam, so you can just launch it via Steam, and you can set some flags without having to set them, through things. Like, I know I had the skip intro plugin video plugin, whereas you could have that as a start flag, in the Steam launcher, but this one you could just set that automatically and have it set that. So it's got some really nice quality of life features, I think. Pretty nice. So anyway, just FYI, everybody that's listening, I will probably mention this again later in the stream, just so that everybody can, when we get a bigger group in here in chat, so that everybody can kind of be aware. But if you are a user of the plugin loader, switch over to another variant. I believe the one I'm using currently is Pulsar, is the one I switched over to. I'm using it right now, and it is working just fine. All my plugins are still here and working just fine, and everything is great from that side. So that is that. Those are the two announcements that I had. Basically, StarCore packing in the towel or throwing in the towel, and the plugin loader being decommissioned. Now, on that note, what that kind of means, obviously, is that, as we kind of know, Space Engineers 1 is kind of starting to, unfortunately, start to kind of slowly march towards an end of life, I guess, if you will. Now, Keen has not said they are stopping to support it. Obviously, they are still supporting it. Everything is fine. The game is still here. We are still playing. Everything is still fine. Like, there's nothing there. But, just FYI, do not be surprised if things start kind of dropping off like this in Space Engineers. Some of your favorite mods and frameworks might stop being supported, things like that. So just be aware. I know MES is already kind of in that same boat. They've got some people working on it, but it hasn't had a huge amount of attention lately. So just things like that. Some of our favorites from back in the day are slowly starting to kind of become obsolete, unfortunately. Obviously, we've those of us who've been playing SE for a long time know that. It's been happening since day one. You get some of these really nice mods, and then the game updated, and oh, this doesn't work anymore, and the author's gone. So okay, well, I guess we're stuck. But just, it's hitting a little bit closer to home these days. So just keep your eye out on some of your favorite mods and frameworks, just to make sure that they're still functional. It does seem like some authors are starting to kind of pack it in a little bit. So that's all I got.
SE2 is moving along.
It is, and they just did the modding support stuff. There was a bit of a hiccup with that when it launched, but it is what it is. It's kind of fixing itself, so that's good. But just as a PSA, just to get it out in front of everybody, just know that some of the heavy hitters are starting to dry up. So just be aware. you may see something that you might not expect, in the future. There may be a mod or a framework that you love that's just like super critical that the author just moves on, because, SE2 is not anywhere near parity yet. And so what you're running into is like, people talking about like Weapon Core. Weapon Core's still working great, doing what it does with SE1, but what is the weapon system going to be like in SE2? You have no idea, So is it going to need improvement? Is it going to be perfect, or is it not? Does there need to be a Weapon Core framework in the future? Maybe not. Maybe it'll be perfect. So it's a lot of this where like there's a lot of uncertainty. Like we don't know what all is going to come to SE2 and what isn't. So we'll see. Like, NPCs, how is that going to be? They're claiming they're doing all the survival stuff with food and the water and everything. It's like, okay, well, how's NPCs going to work then? Are you guys going full AI enabled, or are you just kind of doing what you're doing now? Is it going to be different? So who knows? We'll see. But it's coming. And I have not even dipped a toe into SE2 yet. So all foreign to me. But we'll get there and we'll see. One day. Anyway, that's all I got. So yeah.
Good PSA.
Oh, thanks. I just I wanted to kind of get that out in front of everybody, just so everybody was aware, because I know for me, like they were both this week that I found out about these. That I did the plugin loader today. I loaded up Pulsar today, and the Starcore thing I found out yesterday. I found out about Pulsar yesterday too in the plugin loader, but apparently that was posted in June, early June, and that late in this month the plugin loader is done for. So it could have even been this week. Anyway, that's that. But yeah, so there we go. So Infinite, to catch you up, since you've been gone for a while, we are hard at work printing out the supercarrier that will ferry your large grid vehicle to the enemy bases. You said you saw some pictures?
I saw pictures in Discord.
Ah, yes. Those are the pictures of the WC200 supercarrier. So you can see his beautiful projection right now. Yeah, we're about a fourth of the way, or fifth of the way done.
Very
ish. Oh, it's scooting. There it is. Gmod's got it moving. It's happening. Turn those welders on, baby. Yeah, look at that field of red. All right, let's turn on our highlighters. Damaged. Boom. All right. Overlays on. Look at Gmod going to town. He's like, weld, baby, weld. Look at it. It's a beaut. So, Infinite, this ship, as if you said you saw the pictures, you pretty much have the whole idea down, but this ship has a cargo, a hangar, if you will, in the back, that extends kind of halfway through the ship, actually. Kind of goes almost to the middle of the ship, midship length. The very, very front of the hangar, towards the middle of the ship, directly under the conning tower, a little bit forward, actually, under the main gun a little bit. You have a very small hangar, an area for, like, some of your smaller rovers, and some flyers, and things like that. But back in the back, towards the door, is a big hangar space that is plenty big for your rover, your large grid rover. I have done several tests, and I can drive it in and drive it out perfectly with no problem. So and this thing floats like a balloon. It is ready. I mean, it's not exactly a balloon, but it's kind of a balloon in the sense that it can carry pretty much anything. So it's good to go. And I don't know if you saw some of the message, but oh, hey, look at this. Some ShareFile customers may be experiencing issues with emails and notifications. Yeah, we're aware. We had that problem today. And they're still investigating. Yeah, I had somebody who was trying to get their password reset, and they were like, I'm not getting the password reset email. And I said, that's strange. So I went in, and I was like, oh yeah, I don't see one being sent. Let me manually send one. Still nothing. And they came to my office, and as soon as they walked in my office, I was like, hey, I'm still not getting these emails. Boop! I get an email from ShareFile. Oh, advisory! Share file. Some customers may be experiencing problems with share file. And I was like, well, there you go.
Thanks for letting us know immediately.
Yeah, well, I know. Well, they figured it out, and they're like, huh, that's a problem. Yeah, we've been working on that and dealing with that for about 30, 40 minutes, so, you know, it's kind of meh. But now they've sent out an update that they're still investigating, but they have specifically the issue we ran into, which was the emails and being able to interact, so that was the thing.
Internet, if you want to see, we're using the pulley instead of pistons this time. For,
up top, yeah. There is
next
now a ladder, well, a staircase, if you will, all the way up to the top of the welder wall. And it's awesome.
Manta says it has a very awesome sound.
It does. It has the pulleys have a cool sound. I like it. And they have a great animation. Like, everything about them is just great. Yeah, there it is. Ah, just, music to my ears. Love it. Yeah, basically we had a little bit of a itty bitty accidente where our welder wall pistons exploded and had
Just a little one.
just a hint of a problem, and it was an issue. And so what happened was Gmod had to kind of reconstruct some of the welder wall, plus we had to expand it. And so while he was doing that, he also built this lovely staircase up here and this little shelf, which is fantastic. But also decided, hey, you know what? Let's use the pulley system instead of pistons this time. And it was a great idea. You also get a really good view of the supercarrier.
Is
You
it better
know, as
just 'cause-
Manta says.
It's better because the pulleys are more stable and they don't have
The
all
pulleys
wiggly
are
things.
stable-ish, but they're basically just pistons, but they are ridiculously long. So, like, remember how we had, like, the 1x5 pistons? These are, like, stupid long compared to that. So, basically, one pulley is enough for this entire ship.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're good. Gmod was like, I can get this thing, all the way across the bay.
That's crazy.
No, it's just got a cool animation, like the little side spin and everything like that. And then when it's actually moving, the
Yeah.
sound just sounds so good.
Okay, I'm gonna move it.
Oh,
You are fully fixed.
oh, Ivan, are you playing with sound?
No.
Ah, never mind. He won't be able to hear it. But look at how high up we are. Look at my ship out there. Like, look, you can see your way sitting out there in the bay. And then you can see the projection of this one pretty good. Pretty good, pretty big ship there.
Mm-hmm.
You see the smaller of the 3-barrel? The one in the
On
front?
the front there?
Yeah.
Yep.
There's one in the front and one in the back, and those are the 300mm guns. Those are the ones that are basically the giant ones on the ship out in the bay. So then the next one up there, that's a 500mm air.
An even bigger one.
That's the biggest gun I could buy.
Oh, look at that guy.
Yeah, and then I got some 200s, some 203s on the flanking sides, on the starboard and port sides of the ship. And then we've got some 203 single barrels in the rear, some 30 mils down underneath as well. And then we've got Gatlings, 4 Gatlings around the ship for point defense.
So it looks like the 500 has like a central platform that you can walk around on.
Oh, you mean like inside?
Yeah, like an interior to the weapon.
It does. However,
Is yours accessible?
not on the 500 and not on the 300s, but the 200s on the sides. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and actually, not only do they have the little interior that's accessible, I don't know if you remember them about these, but they are also controllable. So, because we're using not the sorter-based ones, we're using the turret-based ones, and the screens inside the little walkways are cockpit terminals, technically. So, basically, you can run to one of those guns on the left or the right, and just run to it, like underneath, and click the thing and hit control, and you've immediately got control of the gun. No,
That is
it's
sweet.
It is pretty sweet, and you get camera view and everything like that, so it works out really well. But yes, you are right. The 500 and the 300s both do have walkable areas as well, but just for the sake of interior design, and really nothing else.
Yeah.
I closed them off. I couldn't find a good way for them to work, because one of my big issues with these guns, I love them so much. One of the big issues I have with them is that the corners of so the thing takes up like 5x5 space,
Yeah, yeah.
but the corners are 45 degree. And because they're 45 degree, you can't, like, inside. Now, obviously not on the surface, so you can see they're perfectly square, but down where the walkable areas are. So the problem is you can't close them off, and they just become fall hazards. So you're walking across, you're walking along the catwalk, and if you get too far to one side, and you fall down into the belly of the ship with no way out.
That is not OSHA certified.
It is not OSHA certified, and there's no way to really fix it because they're 45 degree. Uh-oh.
I'm alive.
Did you?
Everything's fine.
What happened?
I was just trying to peek over
the
the
railing
edge.
caught up with Infinite.
The railing?
Told me about. Yeah.
What's that?
Came right down to see me
Or lack thereof.
on the
I
side.
was just trying to peek off the side, and then I fell off the side, and I'm alive. Everything's fine.
It's all right. It's all right. Everything.
I feel like I've died from, like a quarter of that fall.
Well, we are playing Space Engineer server, so you never know
That's
what's going
true.
to happen.
I'm a little underwater at the moment.
That's okay. You'll be fine. We can survive. We have spacesuits.
It was a good thing just now.
Dear God, that's nearly 100 atmospheres of pressure. How much can the ship withstand? Well, it's a spaceship, so anywhere between 0 and 1.
It's been shown in the past that it can survive a lot more than that.
I know. Well, it's for the moment. It made for an amazingly funny quote, but yes, it made no sense. All right.
In not having an atmosphere.
That's right. That's right. That's
I
right.
mean, I know it's dealing with gravitational forces, but that ship's went through everything from going right next to a sun to.
Well, remember it got stuck in
black
the
hole.
tar pits. Remember over in
Tar pits,
it got stuck in the tar pits and was like well, actually, yeah, that wasn't that episode. Yeah, the episode, right? I'm starting to doubt myself. I didn't think that was. I thought that was the episode where they went down and found the ruins, the sunken city of Atlanta, and with the Delta Hub and the Coca-Cola factory. Oh man, Futurama, great show.
Highly recommend.
I actually have the box sets for Futurama, up to season 5, I think. Like the old original box sets with the great art and the sleeves and everything. They're so great. I got them from my old roommate. He was downsizing when he was on one of his well, actually it was when I think it was when I was moving out. Actually, he was on one of his all right, I'm gonna minimalize and get rid of stuff, and so he gave me a lot of things, and that was one of them. He kept his Lord of the Rings collector sets, unfortunately, but I got Futurama, so that was a plus.
I actually inherited Lord of the Rings collector set in a very similar way, except I did actually inherit them.
Very nice. Yeah, I ended up getting mine as a gift. I had it on one of my wish lists, and I got them for Christmas this past year, I think it was. But I got the 4K UHD Blu-rays extended edition.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy.
So, Infinite.
Yes, sir.
We're probably gonna need a lot more iron because
Yeah.
of the 2 trips I made.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
We're burning through it. We're already down to 370k. And
Say less, Gmod.
Gmod, do you mind if I turn off all atmospheric thrusters on the thing again?
yeah, go for it.
I've noticed that some are being built down here again, so they're going to town for the sake of
Trying to
stability.
stabilize the ship.
Yeah, for the sake of stability, I figure we should probably turn those off. And oh dear. I'm running a 0.6 sim speed. I thought I turned all those off. Soup. Wait, is it better? No, it's not better. It's not better.
Went
Atmos.
down medium graphics and it seemed to help.
I don't play this game for medium graphics.
I know, I'm just saying, I don't know what's...
I play this game for
causing it.
extreme.
I
What
don't
do
know
I
what's
play it on?
causing it,
What are
but
the options in this game? No. What am I looking for? Graphics. High. Everything high.
I'm not saying you can't, I'm just saying I went down the medium and something made so that I'm not rubber banding
My
everywhere.
grass distance is 1,000 meters.
And that might
Is
be-
that sticky across saves? And my tree draw distance is almost 2K.
that might be somewhat... Even ones that you can't see over the hill.
70 FOV. What is good for the 90s? Don't forget, that's a vertical FOV, I think, right? Yeah. That's vertical FOV. Yeah, default for 16:9 is 70. Yeah, let me oh, that was a thing. What was it if I change it to 100, what happens? Whoa, whoa, talk about fisheye. Whoa, whoa. Wow, that's unpleasant. Do they have horizontal field of view? No, apparently not. No way to balance that out. It's literally just vertical field of view, baby. All right, what was it? Was it 70 even? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, what I was gonna say is, do you? Yeah, see, that's much smoother. Sea of Thieves. Default field of view is going up, isn't it?
Yeah.
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 Exciting times. 120 for that quake effect. Yeah, I don't want that. I just bumped up to 100. That was painful. Yeah, it is what it is. It's fine. I got a 1440p 32-inch curve. It looks pretty good. I get very immersed in my screen. I would love a 34. I think that's kind of my next upgrade. Is I'm gonna go 34-inch. I kind of think I still want to stick with 1440, 144 at the least. I don't know if I want to go 4K. I don't think I need a reason for 4K. I just don't have one. I don't think I need it. I don't know. What do you are you guys rocking 4K at all? You guys have an input on that?
I don't even know.
Iman, what about you? I think I know the answer. I'm just curious.
Been a while since I upgraded, but I don't think I'm 4K yet.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't. Despite the comment I just had about I don't play this game for low graphics, I don't really ever play anything super demanding either. Space Engineers. Go ahead.
My display resolution is 2560 by 1440.
Yep, 1440. Beautiful. Yep, that's what I'm rocking. Yep. Yeah, I'm display. Yeah, I'm 1440p, 16:9. But 144 hertz. I'm running that off a 3070 Ti, like it says there. Playing full screen, just like I would. Yeah, that's. I don't know. And like I said, it's a 32-inch screen. It's curved. It's a Asus. The 32. It was one of the older ones that they had several years ago. I love it. I mean, it's a great monitor. It's gorgeous and fantastic. It's. I paid. I think it was about $700 for this thing when it first came out, and that was. How long ago was that? We were in the last house, right? No, it was before that. 5, 6 years ago? 7 years ago? I don't know. It was a while ago. It was a long time ago I got this monitor. But it's a monitor, you know, it works. It works. And the only real reason to upgrade is for features like that. Now 1080, 1080p, 27-inch screens have gone crazy, as far as like refresh rates. They are 500 some, hertz these days. But for me, I play 144 and it's smooth. I really like 144. It's pretty good. Now, could I use more? Maybe. Can my
The
3070
biggest issue
Ti
you're gonna
push
have
it?
with going up to 4K is making sure your PC can handle it.
Well, that's literally what I just said. My 3070 Ti, yeah, you know, it's really not going to be able to do too much there. It could do 4K if it wanted to, and I only have the one monitor going off of my gaming machine at the moment, so it's just it's just the one. I'm only driving this many pixels, but I just don't see a reason for it. I don't play anything where I'm like, oh, dang it, I need 4K, baby, because I'm playing the new Call of Duty and I gotta see people's hairs moving on their head so I can snipe it, or something. I don't need that. I assume that's what playing 4K say. But I don't need that. And what else was I gonna say? Media. I don't really sit at my computer and consume media. I got a theater room, for goodness sake. Like I'm not gonna sit in my office and watch a movie. It just doesn't make any sense. So I don't know. Like we have a 4K downstairs in our bedroom. It's a Bravia, old Bravia, but it's 4K 55 inch, I think is what it was. 55 inch 4K Bravia, 120 hertz refresh, I think, and it's great. I mean, it's a beautiful display. The other TV we have is not super great, but it's it's my old it's 120 hertz 42 inch Samsung display. Nice TV, fine, but not super great. I do want to upgrade that at some point, and I want to get us a better TV for the living room. I want to get like a 60, 70 inch OLED, I think. Obviously, if something's a great deal, mini LED would be better, but I think OLED panel would look really nice in that room. 2K is basically the sweet spot for me. Yeah. Well, that's kind of where I'm at, and that's, I don't know. I don't. Yeah. 1440p is just kind of my jam. I really like it. I upgraded to this from a 27-inch, well, from several 27-inch 1080p's, and they were 60 hertz, refresh. And just moving to this one was just like, oh, it was amazing. And I've just stuck with this ever since for 6-7 years now. I think it's been. And it's a great screen. I mean, it's a great monitor. I love it. And the only reason I would upgrade to this would be to move up, like I said, like a 34-inch, just still curved, just a little bit bigger, than what I currently have, maybe a higher refresh rate, and then give this one to my wife for her gaming machine because she's just running off of a. She currently, because she was doing her office, was a mix of work and play, and so her office / craft room, I got her a Dell dock monitor, and so she could hook her work machine and all her peripherals into the dock or into the monitor, and then just USB it all to her gaming PC, so she could switch between the two and say, okay, I'm working on my work machine here and doing all my stuff, and then I can just literally switch all my peripherals over to my gaming machine via just like a little toggle, and I'm good to go. And that screen was, I think it was 1080, 24 inch, but it was 120 hertz. So it was a very smooth, beautiful display, but it's a full dock display too. So I mean, it's nice, very nice. Look at that sun going. See, 3070 Ti can do 4K, but on the low end, yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like it can do. I know for a fact it can do 4K, but I'd rather not push it. I feel comfortable not doing that. So yeah. Anyway. How are we doing on that iron?
Almost to the iron.
Oh, cool. Gmod, I think you've done an iron run, right?
I've done 2 at the moment.
He's done 2. Yeah, I just
we're
like
almost out.
Gotcha. Yeah, just oh my goodness. Wow, that's painful. Just like last week, I'm pretty useless when it comes to like resource gathering. Like I was able to go out to like the gold and get some gold, from underwater, but as far as getting resources, I'm not very. So, fortunately, I just kind of have to hang out. What's the section there that needs to get built, Gmod? Oh, those are probably the missile launchers.
I'm assuming.
I see those. Yeah,
based
there's
on its location.
Yeah, there's 2 like big squares right there next to each other, like 2 rectangular prisms. Yep, that's probably what those are, the missile launchers. That's the other thing, and I didn't mention, he has missiles! surface deck-based
We
missiles.
did a lot of tests.
We did. We tried to get him. We tried to install cruise missiles,
Energy low.
and they weren't selling it for me. Gmod was convinced we could make the resources for him. But
we could, but if they're not going to hit a target.
That's right, exactly. They're just a waste, and that was the issue. They were cruising, but their angle of approach was just not right. And I thought I had everything set. Like I was like, all right, these are, they're cruise missiles, but they're, we're targeting a station. The station is not moving. Like we just tried everything, in the settings to say, okay, hit your target, and they just would not go high enough and arc. They launched, and then they would start descending too quick, and then they'd like skim the surface and then crash like ahead of the target. So is not super effective, unfortunately. Back when I was a teenager, my buddy did this horrible thing to me by showing me his CRT monitor that had like 200 hertz refresh rate back when all I had was a 60 hertz. Every time I used my own monitor after that, I could tell, that was one of the things, is that CRTs were, I mean, for what they were awesome. And especially if you're doing any retro gaming and stuff like that, they're super, useful to have. Because they render everything kind of correctly. They're how those consoles were intended to have, based on the display technology of the time. So you get the best picture and the best look, that way. And so it's, it's great to have those. And their refreshes were pretty high in comparison to when we switched to digital. But these days, oh my goodness, like I said, it's just, what was it, like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we were getting display I think it was maybe 2 years ago, we were getting displays at like CES, like the top tier, Acers and Asus monitors and who was another one? Asus, their Predator line, and they were like 500 some hertz refresh rate. It's like, that's amazing, but what needs that? I mean, at 500 frames a second, I don't know what you're doing. So,
you can see that.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, it's if you could, man, talk about an advantage. But yeah, it's just something I don't think I need that much. Because I mean, the stuff that I play just doesn't really utilize it. I mean, Space Engineers could, it could, but I don't really need it to. And then like 14 can, you can get more FPS and stuff like that, but the server tick in 14 is garbage. So it's like, it doesn't matter, all you're gonna do is end up being somewhere you don't think you are. And scaling your monitor's refresh down to it anyway. So if you've got a monitor that's got a native refresh rate of X, and then you've got a monitor whose native refresh is 500, but you have to downscale it, well then, why not just get the native one, So it's easier on the monitor, it doesn't have to do any adjustments. So, I don't know. Oh, looks like somebody's unknown signal is landing on the mountaintop. Not mine. Anybody know whose that is? To the northeast?
Not mine.
I think so.
Probably yours then, Gmade. It's touching down.
I think that's mine.
Yeah, it's touching down over the mountain. Looks like it's on the other side. Oh wait, nope, it's on this side. I can still see the round of the why am I trying to say porcupine? Parachute. The round of the porcupine. I often use porcupines to descend slowly from the air. Anyway. Boom. Oh, everyone, you will be proud to know that I have defeated the 8th gym leader in Sword, in Pokemon Sword. I defeated the Dragon type leader, and it was awesome. I kicked his butt. Good old Raihan. Knocked him down.
That he was properly positioned as 8th.
Indeed he was. Yes. The champion Leon. He's just like a kick butter. They don't have an Elite Four in Galar, so they were. I tell you who was a tough one for me. The fairy type leader. Ugh, that was awful.
Because ew.
Yeah, it was ew. It was because I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, it wasn't just fairy. It was like fairy with a little bit of something else. You know, each one. It was like, nothing was pure fairy. It was like a Mawile, so fairy and steel. And then it was like, oh, how about, you know, this one that's like fairy and, something else, you know, and it's just, and the problem is, I don't know the Pokemon well enough that are, that are fairy to, first off, 100% I did. Like Mawile, I was like, all right, I know this one is steel. Like, I got that. But there were others that were new. I was like, I got no clue. This is like, what are they? And then I still don't really know what affects fairy. I had to look it up. I was like, what the heck? And it's
What does?
Dang it. Steel and
super
poison.
effective? Huh. Wow, poison. Great, thanks.
Yeah. So me and you know who was my ace? My Skorupi. Yeah, good old Rupee and I, we went through and he was cross poisoning everybody to death. He was like, ah! And I hated them so much that I Dynamaxed my Skorupi. I had to, because she had an Alcremie, and it Gigantamaxed, and so that thing was a bear. I hit it a couple times, as best I could, but then when its Dynamax wore off, and its Gigantamax wore off, and I Dynamaxed my Skorupi, and I just, like, blah, poison everywhere! And I killed it. And it went very well after that. That was pretty great. And I'll tell you who my ace was for the Ghost Leader was my Frostlass. She was kicking butt. That went well.
Nice.
Yeah. She was killing it. That went really well. But yeah, so I beat the dragon type leader. Again, Frostlass was a winner there. This guy, this guy's whole shtick, he actually doesn't Dynamax. So I was like, thank God.
Is he like
but
morally opposed?
He's just like, I don't need to. He goes, I'm so good. And I was like, dang it. So I was like, well, whatever. So I was like, well, let's see how this goes. So I went in to go get this guy. Gmod, do you want to drop me off in the ship there so I can get those plates? It looks like we got some plate action again.
Yeah, I'm working on something.
No worries. Yeah, just when you get a chance, you can shut the welders. Oh, it looks like you already did. And then just scoot the ship forward, and you can just drop me off in there, and I'll take care of that. So I'll get the parts. Yeah. So he was like, I'm so great, because he's Raihan prides himself in being Leon's like biggest rival. So he's like the one that like he's never beaten Leon, the champion, but he's like right up, like he's the one who can like give him the biggest run for his money. And he's like, I'm like the second best trainer in like all of Galar, and it's like, whoa, big shoes, man. And I had to beat him up. that was a fun time.
And show him.
Yeah, well, I was like, I'll show you. I'll show him.
It's your destiny,
Yeah, well, yeah, it is. Paint, grab all that. Beautiful. Yeah, so his whole shtick is, like I said, he doesn't do Dynamaxing, but he does double battles. So every one of these gyms in Galar does a gym challenge, and then you get to fight the leader. And during this gym challenge is where you kind of run into all the other gym trainers and stuff like that. But there's also like a puzzle and stuff you have to do in the thing. So for him, he had none of that. He's literally just like, go meet me in the vault. And
he's there.
Yeah, he's like, go meet me in the vault, and you gotta beat 3 of my hand-picked gym trainers all in double battles. And I was like, all right. So I had to double battle each of these people and did it. And I was like, all right, fine. And then I got through that. And then he was like, all right, let's do this. And I was like, all right. And so he's double battling. So he's got he started out with he's got a Flygon and what was the other one that he had? I've got I think it's on my laptop. I recorded it because I was like, this is gonna be a thing. Showdown. So he had a Flygon that knew like knockdown or like angry swipe or some stupid named move called. But it was annoying because it literally every time it hit you, it does damage and it lowers your attack stat. So he just sat there and just swiping me like both, and it hits both people, both sides. So it's like it hits both my Pokemon, and he just smack and attack lowered. Next turn, smack, attack lowered. Next turn, smack, attack lowered. And I was like, what the flip, man? It was annoying. All right, let's see. What was his jam in Hammerlock? It was It was Flygon and Gigalith, and it knew breaking swipe. That's the move. So this thing,
I didn't think Gigalith was dragon.
he's not. He's rock. He's stupid. So
Come on, man.
yeah. So it breaking swipe deals damage to all opponents. It lowers the attack of all targets by 1 stage. So it is a 60 power, 100% accuracy move, and it literally just smack to 60 damage, and
Wow.
you drops your attack by 1 stage. So the longer he smacks you, the weaker you get. And then his stupid Gigalith is sitting over there running. His other big shtick was weather. He loves weather. He messes with the weather. He does sandstorms all the time. He's like, all of his Pokemon have the abilities
Sandstorm plus Flygon.
Yeah. Well, so the Gigalith comes out with Sandstream, starts up a thing.
Yep.
Flygon, good to go. Doesn't care. Everything's fine there. It's got Levitate, so it's beating things. So his Gigalith is Stealth Rock, Sand Tomb, Rock Blast, and Body Press, and then Flygon is Thunder Punch, Breaking Swipe, Crunch, and Steel Wing. Literally just sat there breaking swipe the whole time. Beat those guys, or one of them, and then he throws out his Sandaconda, and that thing has Sand Spit, so it kicks up a Sandstorm at the end of every turn. It does Protect, Glare, Fire Fang, and Earth Power. So that thing just sat there being a jerk. Then his Duraludon. So he did Gigantamax this thing. Then why did he say it? Anyway, so his big thing. So he went and he did Gigantamax. Then I guess don't know why that's his thing. So anyway, his Duraludon. He G-maxed that thing, and it's massive. So it's Breaking Swipe on that guy, Body Press, Stone Edge, and Iron Head. Flygon got that Earthquake. No, his Flygon did not have Earthquake. That was the thing. Thunder Punch, Breaking Swipe, Crunch, and Steel Wing.
It's supposed to be the Gigalith that would have had it.
But he doesn't have it either. He was Stealth Rock, Rock Blast, Body Press, and Sand Tomb. And so it was like, it was an annoying battle because he kept overriding any weather I did with his stupid sandstorms, and the only Pokemon on my team that can really not get hurt by Sandstorm is Barb, my Whiscash. And so she's out there doing her best. But yeah, it was a rough fight. But we beat him. And I'm pretty sure it was my Frostlass again, Yuki, that we after his Duraludon un-G-maxed, I Dynamaxed her, and we were using Max Hailstorm. And so that is an ice type move, and then what it does is it starts a hailstorm afterwards. And so annoyingly it would get overridden by a sandstorm right after, but then I'd use it again, and then we were good. So it's a fun time. But yeah, that was a fun battle. So now I'm on to champion. I believe I'm in Winden City, so we'll see how that goes. This city's freaking huge.
So there's no Elite Four. You just go right from
straight for the champion.
Number 8.
Yep.
Huh.
Yepers. Yep, as far as I'm aware, that's what they told me, so I believe them. I'm a cute little kid of 10, so I assume that's what. When the adults say, you go to this city and fight, I say, okay.
Yeah, got it.
I'm on it. Alright, well, there's that. Staying in here useless. But I have parts. I don't know how many of those are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9. So 18 total. So let me, okay, so that was 8. So can I, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, 16. And then let's do 18. Yoink, that should be enough. Right, because there's just light armor, right? Yeah, so it's just literally just steel. Okay, yeah, cool. That makes sense. I was wondering why I wasn't filling up so fast on Metal Grid, but that makes sense. All right.
I'll be right back.
Okay. What was it you were working on, Gmod? You said you were working on something.
Yeah, I'm working on an elevator to make it so that you can go across the ship. Because I'm assuming that's going to happen more.
Yeah, but only a few times.
Yeah, but if we make any more ships or anything,
Okay.
that will be useful to get over to the area that we need to.
Gotcha. Yeah, the inside so far looks pretty solid. Looks like we haven't... Oh, no, we have. There's the middle. Yep, yep. So the middle section gets welded without any issue. It's just this upper section. Oh! Wait a second. Oh, maybe we haven't gotten to this side yet. Okay. This is the upper section. This is the secondary chamber that's up above. Like, there's the missile launchers. Oh, they're done! Oh, nice! That. Gorgeous. Gorgeous! Boing! That's them there. They look good. I like how they... So, like, when they have their reload animation, I believe the doors close, and they reload, and then the doors open back up. But as with a lot of, you know, weapon core stuff, when you turn them off, the doors close and stuff like that. So it's really cool. I like that. So I have them off most of the time until they're excited to get this thing out in the wild. Oh, Gmod, you're missing some windows.
No, thought I didn't.
You're missing 2 here, and then this whole end strip is missing a row of windows. They would be one
the
by
whole
ones.
end strip's
Yeah.
fine.
There's 2 up here near the top, though. Probably fine, because I don't think any part of the ship is actually over here. Yeah, no, I think you're going to be in the clear. But just FYI, you're missing 2, what is this, 3x3s?
Oh. Thought I placed those, but okay.
Hey, no worries, man. No worries. No worries at all. So where is this? What is this elevator you're working on? How's that happening? Is it from
At
above?
the
From
top
below?
of the
From
top of the section.
What? Maybe like a cute little Is it a cute little pulley elevator? Is it something? Wait, where? What?
At the very end, so it can go any.
This end? Their end? What end? This end?
The
Okay.
one end near.
Oh,
the,
I see. Oh, I see. Oh, hey, it's a it's a little
like basket.
PTZ, yeah, little PTZ adjuster. That's cool. Wait, do you have one going forwards? Oh no, you don't
I'm
need
thinking, Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm thinking about going forward, but because I can move the boat and.
Yeah,
stuff,
I don't think you need to.
it's-
I think just PZ is fine.
Yeah.
Some chatter.
Mhm.
That chatter. Oh, Gmod, I'm gonna do. Oh, this is a terrible idea. This is a terrible idea, but I'm gonna do it.
You're
You
either
what?
gonna make it or you're not.
Yeah! Woo! Look at that. Yeah. All right. That could have been awful. I was really concerned because there's no back. So I was like, if I miss this, I'm going straight through the hull. Oh man, that could have been bad. We were definitely getting some chatter from the other end there.
Indeed.
Let him know. Chatter. That siren of his picks up some good audio.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you think we should put... Can we put some stairs here to go up to it? Because it can't really go closer to me. So maybe like a stair. Maybe like
I was going to put one. Yeah. Like,
Yeah. You think... Is everything on the top of this?
I
Oh,
don't
what
think
about-
I'm gonna have the on-ramp there
Oh.
because I can lower it all the way down to the bottom.
okay.
Oh, that makes... Infinite FYI. There was a lot of chatter from your end. Your microphone
yeah.
picks up stuff really well. So in the future,
Yes.
maybe
Got
mute
it.
when you disappear.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't make anything out, but we definitely could hear a lot of chatter going on. So just in case.
That's a thing this microphone doesn't have. Is like a nice little
Mute button?
switch.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. You'll have to do it from within Discord.
Yeah.
Or have a lovely stream deck.
Yeah.
like Gmod has. Oh wait, Gmod, I can walk up here, and then I can drop down on it technically. This is a little scary. Oh, look, I'm standing on nothing. It's magic. Tiptoe, tiptoe. Cool. All right. Yeah. Awesome. I mean, Discord also has keybinds. Yeah, that's true. Don't get technical on us, DCS. Yeah. Now I have. Yeah, that's true. They're not wrong, and they're 100% correct actually. So in fact, guys, by all means, set up your hot links.
Or whichever one.
Set up your hot links. Yeah, I have all of my stuff set on my Stream Deck. I have both Streamlabs mic cut and the Discord mic cut, so that they can't hear me and I can talk to you guys directly. And by they, I mean those guys, and by you, I mean chat. And by directly, I mean through the interwebs.
Okay. By the way, Infinite, I don't know if you ever won a Stream Deck, but it's still on sale on Prime Day.
Oh, better yet, Lime Day has a Stream Deck deal for something, or did yesterday. I don't think it is anymore. I've forgotten. Actually, no, I think it is today. What was it? Hold on one second. Lime Day. Lime Day! Oh, not the global store. No, we're in the United States. Let's see. What was it?
D-Mod, what you doing right now?
He's carrying me.
Yeah, I was about to carry it.
Your hands are full. Well, I'm thinking that I have a decent amount of cargo space, and what really takes, well, it takes plenty of time for me to drive to the iron and drive back from the iron, and so now that I'm here, it's going to take me even longer than that to fill it up, but you could fill this thing up relatively quickly, and then I could drive back, and we get a whole bunch of iron quicker than you or I alone could get.
I will be over soon.
Ah, see. There we go. Have some activity. Alright. Alright. Ready to lower me down, Gmod? Have we scooted the ship away?
Doing that right now.
Okay, cool. Just had the thought. I was like, huh, you know, I wonder. Oh, I wonder if the ship's been scooted away. Let's see. I'll say. Is that ship scooted away there, sir? Oh, man. Here we go. What time is it? 8:30? We're doing only been an hour, and we've got basically the ship's done. Theoretically, it's done. Gmod, there's something on your ship that is damaged. Oh, it's you and your gun?
Yeah, it's one of my weapons. I just haven't fixed it in a while.
Gotcha. Oh, dear. I do not like your ship. That's the problem. That's what it is. I get in a seat, or I get out of a seat. I actually hit K, and it was like, screw you. Wait a second. Do you have the parts for this?
I thought you were getting the
I
parts.
do. We're looking at a giant wall of welders that you have, so I was suddenly wondering. I was like, wait a second. Can I just put them in you, and you could weld it up?
Sure.
Yeah, there you go. Weld, Gmod, weld! Without me falling off. Yeah, basically your whole arm is almost the full length. Zzz. Look at that. Look at it go. Look at it. Look at him. He's amazing. Wow. And did you do both? You did both. Look at you. You're amazing. There you go. All done. Well, I'm glad I came out here. Thanks for the ride, Gmod. Look at that. Look at that. That is a big bow. That's a bow, chicka bow, wow. There we go. Looking great. Oh, he's gonna weld this up now too. Look at him go. Look at him go. Look at him go. Crazy. No offense, DCS, but listen to me. Yeah, but at least you got the #1 spot tonight, DC. Got that crown. Get that crown. Gmod, do we need something to finish those cables? It looks like the cables aren't welded on that. Is it the head?
No.
I don't either. Oh, maybe they just need to like move once or something like that. Scoop me in a little closer. Yeah, no, it's fully welded. Both of them, yeah. Maybe they just need to move once or something like that. Best fierce competition, but I stood out among the rest. Yeah, you sure did. Yeah, winner. Oh, whoa, that could have been bad. I thought you were just backing up, but he turned at an angle, and I nearly launched myself off the side of the platform. That could have been bad.
Indeed.
But it's all good. That's the best part. It's all good instead of bad, they said to their dad. Oh, no! Helmet on! Woo! Okay. I did like a Navy dive, though, right? Isn't that how you're supposed to do it in the military? You like put your legs and arms together and you just drop straight in. That's what I did. That was a long fall, but I said, I will be fine.
Let me get the welder wall going again, and I will be right over.
I see where Gmod messed up there. I don't know, DC said, I see where Gmod messed up there. I assume he didn't make any railing, even though he knows Manta is prone to falling off. I figured that's where you were going. I was like, I don't know where he's going with this, but I don't think he means like actually doing something wrong. Yep. That's where it's at.
I don't do railings.
He doesn't. He doesn't. And you know what? It's mostly okay. You know, it really doesn't matter. Because, well, I am prone to falling. I make the railings. Because I know I'm prone to falling. So I fix it. But yeah. Look at this. Up. 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 Look at that. Classic. Hey, that was a long jump. Okay. All right. Oh, he's got to switch from welders to his drilly ship. Look at that. Got, like, his mini ship. This is his biggie ship. Biggie Smalls ship. Love it. Maybe I should go add some railings up there. While they're away, I'll go add some rails.
Gotta grind down the...
Technically, no. The railings can actually attach to the sides of them if I was going to add them separately. Gotta get a good angle.
Okay, good luck with getting the angle.
You just gotta get a good angle, man. It's just gotta get a good angle. Let me see, what do railings take these days? I don't even know. Construction components and steel tubes. Alright, we got this. Construction components and them steel tubes. Let me see if I can get up there. Yeah, it would be much easier if the... Go ahead.
Welders are up there. You can actually get the cargo access from the back.
Yes, you're right. I didn't even think about that. Heyo, smarty pants. All right, let me see here. Here we go. We're gonna try this. Where's my railings? Not here apparently. Where the heck are my railings? There they are. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Whoop. Boink. See, got it. Boink. 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 See, they did a good job with these railings. They really thought about when are they going to use railings and how should we build them. And they did a great job because this is exactly how you would expect a railing to be designed. It slaps right on the side of the upward-facing catwalks. Now, your welders seem to be giving me a little bit of welding, but they're not actually finishing these. What are they doing? Nothing. They're doing literally nothing. And why are you making weld animations? What is your deal? Whatever. Yeah, they're like making little like... Go ahead.
I think they're working on the ship right now. So
no, they're up here next to me. They're making little like weld animations. Like this. Bzz. I place a railing and it goes bzz, like it's welding something, but then it's not doing anything.
I have no idea then.
I know. It's kind of ridiculous. Ridiculous. Here we go. We got this. We got this. We got this. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't watch out where I'm going because I'm going to walk right off the end there. I was literally at the end. That could have been bad. All right, let's see. Let's get this. There it is. I love it. Oh, but I can't. Oh, yes, I can. Yes, I can. Wait, no, I can't. Oh, no. Careful. Careful. Oh, there they are. Now they welded. I guess they just needed to get all the... Oh, that's right. It takes forever to get the parts up here. It's such a long trip. That's something that we learned, Infinite. Because the welder wall is so big, it takes an actually measurable amount of time for it to traffic all the parts up here.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, like, we'll have tons of components, like, ready, and then the welders will kick on, and it will take a noticeable minute for them to get the parts and actually be able to weld.
And sort out everything.
Yeah. So in this
Even
case...
if it's in the center of the boat.
Yeah. Alright, there we go. Look, I made railings! Yay! That. Love it. Turn around and railing, railing, railing to you. Don't die, don't die, don't die today. Boink, boink, boink. Just one. Boink. Oh, nope, two. Oh, I'm out of construction components. Who could have foreseen this? I was actually waiting for you to fall again. Psh. Everything's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that didn't look right. Who's to know? Railing. 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 Look at this, it's going great. Turn my welder off. Long-term running. So what do you guys, have you been keeping up with SE2 at all? Like, seeing the new stuff? Well, I guess we could probably just assume that with Infinite.
Yeah, only very briefly, so
Okay.
no.
I was curious if you guys were looking at the survival. I'm wondering, like, I'm sure once you get in the groove of it, like how we, you know, do days, it'll be a different story. But like as of right now, I don't know. It seems complicated to me, I guess is the best way to say it. It seems like unnecessarily complicated. Just like, oh, this thing works on this, and then this works on this, and then this works on this, and then this works on this, and oh, but if it's this, it has to go over to this kind of thing. Like, it seems a little unnecessary, some of the stuff. It seems like for the most part what they're doing is they're taking like the basic refinery and basic assembler to an extent and putting them in your backpack, saying that your backpack can run those things. So like you can mine things and process in your backpack, and then your backpack can do light assembling, which is nice.
Interesting choice.
Well, yeah. I think the reasoning is just to stop you from being cut off 100%, I guess. Because, like...
Harder to, like, totally screw yourself.
Exactly. Because there's so many times they're playing a No Man's Sky, basically, yeah. And that's kind of the thought where it's kind of like, is this right? Like, does that make sense? But, you know, I don't know. We'll see. But basically, the idea here is exactly that. It's like, there are many times where you can kind of screw yourself up pretty bad by ending up in a position where you don't have anything. Like a new player could bring their drop pod down and accidentally grind away their survival kit. Well, you're done. Like that was it. That was your chance. Because without a survival kit,
learned your lesson.
Yeah, and then you have to start over. You know, and it is what it is. Not like you're going to survive long without it. So I guess maybe you realize pretty quick. But that's it. You're done. You know, like, oh, I wish I didn't do that. You know, but you did. So you know, now you're stuck. So it's one of those things where it's like, this prevents that from happening. You know, you can't soft lock or hard lock yourself, I guess I could say, because you always have the ability, as long as you have energy, you always have the ability to, you know, get yourself sorted. Oh wow, I'm really far. You know, you always have the ability to grind.
One cargo container's filled up. One more is almost filled up.
Cool. One cargo container full with 1 million more. Well, Very nice. All right, Jimon, I also finished your your catwalk. So.
Nice.
Hey, I'm so glad you think that. Okay, let me see.
By the way, the button should be ready to move the ship out.
The button. I love the button. Which button?
One near the welding wall downstairs.
One near the welding downstairs. Oh, you had this upside down, didn't you? Tricky little bugger. You had an upside down catwalk over here.
Yeah, we can't put it face up.
Yeah, he's silly. Well, now I gotta get rid of this guy. Alright, alright. Okay, what was the question? What did you need? You needed something? What did you say? You want a button. You want me to push a button. Which button? Any button in particular?
The button for
Ah!
pushing everything out.
Okay, isn't that downstairs?
To weld your ship. Yeah.
Yeah, let me go downstairs. That's my secret mage, right? I'm always out of energy. Okay, Bruce Banner. Let's see. Oh, goodness. Well, okay. Button.
I mean,
Alright, this
that
button,
sounds like Manta.
wall forward.
It's just a single button.
It is just a single button. You are so right. Cease. Cease forward momentum. Look at it go. Look at it weld. Look at the welders, how they weld. They're amazing. Well, seem to be amazing. Okay, there they go. There they go. Yeah, okay. They had to get more parts. That makes sense. Uh-oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ship is rubber banding. That was weird. It's like, don't you go back into the wall. Get back, get out of there. Alright. Getting good.
Gmod, I'd like to commission a ship.
Oh.
Okay.
I want
Is
a
this
little
the
flyer
first?
For doing... I think it is.
Oh.
I don't have any idea how much money I have, so you know, maybe I'm just window shopping, but I want like a little flyer for doing basically what we're doing right now, so that I can do it myself and dig stuff with a flyer and fill this thing up.
Okay.
So yeah,
How big do you want it?
right.
'Cause there is a limit.
Ideally,
All the big.
ideally as cheap as possible. What is happening on my screen?
What do you mean? What do you see?
Do you see the lighting?
Oh, the darkness.
I'm like in the planet or something.
Are you?
I mean,
You pop out of your cockpit for a second. Pop out of your seat. See what happens.
Alright, we're better.
No.
Yeah, we're better.
Okay, good. Look at this. We've already moved on to the first expansion of the hull.
What's the minimum size? Like, what's the smallest, cheapest?
60 blocks for 10K. Credits. Space bucks.
I gotta go to the bank.
Infinite.
I'm really not sure I can make a miner that can hold itself up for.
Oh,
60
challenge
blocks.
accepted, Gmod. Go for it.
No kidding. So
Well,
60
I
block.
probably can, but you're not going to get.
You're not gonna like it.
Alright, what are the other tiers?
I'd have to check the OneNote. Hold on one second.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Was it OneNote? It was, wasn't it? Hold on.
I bet I don't even have 10K.
Just
I
hit
have no idea.
I. Take a look.
Oh. I guess I have 7,000 in my pocket.
Hey, that's not bad.
Maybe this isn't crazy. Where do I look? Info?
For money, it's just right on your at the top of your inventory, your character's inventory.
Oh, account balance. Nice. And that's not including what's in my pocket, I assume?
That is what's in your pocket.
Like, I have
Oh wait,
7,500.
just
space
kidding.
credits
It's
in my
it's
inventory.
everything that's in your physical account. Yeah, so anything you've
Bank account.
deposited, anything you haven't.
Yeah,
Yeah. Sorry.
All right. Cool.
What was I doing? I was looking up the OneNote. That's right. I'm sorry. I know what I'm doing. Okay, let's see. How about book list? My notebook. Big note. Hot cocoa. That's not. ES4 question mark. Here we go. All right. 0 to 60 in 10,000 credits. I know this is not an advertisement for ECPI Technical Institute. 60 to 100 blocks is 50,000 credits. And 100 plus blocks, 100,000 credits.
So 60 for 10, was it?
60 to 100 for 50, and 100 plus for 100,000. So if you want 60 to 100 blocks, you're looking at 50,000 credits.
Yeah.
And I remember when we did this, and there was talk that that's not enough. That seems like too little money.
50,000 credits?
Yeah, which on the surface, like, oh yeah, no problem, but like we haven't gotten much. Wow, this is so, we set this so far down that I think getting this in the water is going to be super easy because it's already in the water.
And we also have the pulley that can drop it down.
Oh yeah. What about Smart?
But if you want to make a splash, you
It's
can
only
do
word
that
I
too.
said. DCS, are you talking about the ECPI thing? Yeah. That was always their ad. That was the 0 to 60 in, or no, 0 to bachelor's in 2.5. Yeah, because they're like, you get your bachelor's degree in 2.5 years. Yeah.
60
Ah!
5,000?
I'm sorry, what? 0 to
60 blocks
60
was-
is 10,000.
Yeah, 10,000. I'm just making a small note.
Oh yeah,
on
no,
my
make your
notepad.
note. Yeah. So 0 to 60 is 10,000. 61, in essence, to 100 is 10,000 or is 50,000 credits, and then 100 blocks to infinite, I guess, is 100,000 credits and higher and up. Or wait, there's 2 on here too. Yeah. Hey man. Oh dear. That's might be part of our problem, is that the boat is half in the water. Some weird physics going on here. It's so cool though. I moved the ship, and as I'm moving it, part of the boat that's in the water went splash, 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 splash as it started skimming across the top of the surface. Like, it's just, interactions are so cool. All right, here we go.
How's
Look at
the
it.
cargo doing then?
It's doing just fine. It's maybe
Okay.
a fifth full.
So I filled up a few cargo containers.
There's like
That's fine.
20 some cargoes.
Okay.
Go. Slowly working through this thing. Before this ship's gonna be done before you know it. I mean, it's gonna take a minute when we get to the actual like stuff, but. Gmon, did you shift the projector to show only visible?
Mhm.
Okay, good. I was like, half the ship is.
Because it was
visible.
less performance impacting.
Oh yeah, no, I'm 100% with you. Yeah, absolutely.
I know that because my actual computer stops running
Energy
like fans
low.
overload as soon as I turned it off.
Nice. Mine doesn't. My well, my chassis fans do a little bit, but my well, no, they're still going. You can't really hear them very much because they're very nice fans. But they run, my radiators run off of them. But then my my GPU is still air cooled. Those fans are moving. They're going full speed, baby. Is this
Yeah, the ship I currently have, Infinite, I think is 253 blocked.
Oh no, that's 100,000 credits.
Dang.
Yeah, Gmod, can't you like even just
But I can
something?
make a small one.
Yeah, a
remote
smaller
one.
version. Of
Yeah,
that.
just like a drone with like even just like a 1 or 2 drills would be enough, I think, right? Because the reason that he's saying he wants like you over here to fill is because it's for him to go down and hand mine and then empty and then hand mine and then empty.
Crazy slow.
There's travel time. He can only carry so much. Like having a drone with just like a medium cargo would be significantly faster and more performant than what he's doing. But do I have that right, Infinite?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's my guess. And so like something just like a simple mining drone would probably be fine. And you could probably keep that under 60. How do you count the blocks? The info screen. So when you have a grid of any kind,
Infinite?
sit in it, you can hit
Yes, sir.
info, and you can see how many blocks you have.
Oh, never mind.
1,104 on this grid.
I was about to say.
Yeah, pure block
your
count. Yeah,
cargo's not
yeah,
showing
it's not
up
it's not
right.
PCU or anything. I was gonna say PCI. It's not PCU or anything. It's literally like how many blocks are on this grid. Yeah, those were the rules when we started the series to help kind of keep it that way. Was basically that look, each of us has an element that we work out of, which is great, but technically we can commission a ship from one of our buddies from their element, and then we can use it. So like we can't really do anything with it, like we can't, if it breaks in half, we can't, go and just, repair it, ourselves, because like we, can't really, use that kind of stuff. But the idea
I was
here
thinking
is,
about that.
Hmm?
If the ship is completely destroyed, but the person has purchased one, do they need to purchase another one to rebuild it?
I would say so.
Okay.
What do you think? Is that
Like how just so let's say it's just damaged. or
if it's
repaired,
just
right?
damaged, it can be repaired. But like, let's say like you have a flyer drone and you're using it to dive bomb an enemy base. Okay, you've crashed. It's gone. You got to buy a new one. Now, if we take the base and your little drone is there and he's kind of okay, you could salvage him, bring him back, and Gmod can fix it up for you. But if you crash it into something, it blows up or gets shot out of the sky, crash, it's gone. It's gone. That's
Yeah.
that ship is gone.
I guess I'm wondering like what the line is for salvageable and not. Like
Well,
when is it gone and you have to buy another one?
I would say actually gone. So like.
Oh, like you have nothing.
Yeah, so like I mean, obviously if you have one armor block left or a seat,
Yeah,
I don't know how much that really works, but the idea here being, let's say he's built you like a medium cargo, some thrusters, a gyro, a seat, some drills, maybe a remote control, who knows what it is, but it's just a little guy, he's flying around. You break a drill or you bump a thruster, no problem. Gmod can fix that up. All good.
Sure.
But you're flying along, you feel yourself too heavy, you start to drift to one side, you blow up a thruster, you fall into a pit, you crash, your cargo explodes, drills are gone, everything's gone. It's gone.
So like if there's a big boom and then it's just me in a seat and like a steering wheel and, and smoke coming off of it, we're calling that gone.
I would say so, but obviously I can listen to you guys and see what you guys think.
Yeah.
If
I don't
you
think
guys
it's a
are
bad
like,
idea to kind of play it by ear.
yeah, if you
play
guys are
something
like,
different.
I think it's a little too, like, if anything survives, it's rebuildable, okay.
Mm,
But if you guys are like, you know what, one seat and it's on fire, that might be too much. It might not
It's
be
like-
enough.
2 steel plate in the seat you're sitting in, and
Yeah.
that's the ship.
And that's kind of what I'm saying. Like,
Uh,
if like a single light armor block is left,
Yeah.
is that a ship at that point?
I think that's just debris, but
Exactly. Just because literal scrap would be debris. But the
Yeah.
idea here is like, let's say it's like in Gmod's world, he builds his ships primarily like all functional blocks, and it's not really anything added to them. But let's say it's something that like you or me build Infinite, and it's got like there's like it crashes, it blows up, and like some of the functional blocks go, the cargo explodes, thrusters are gone, but there's still like a big armor frame to it. That's probably decent. I could say you probably rebuild that. But if it's just like 3 pieces and it's like 1 armor block each. That I don't think that counts. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's within reason, obviously. We look at it and say, okay, does this count? Like, it obviously in some playthroughs we've been a bit more liberal with it, where we've been like, okay, that doesn't count. Let's just let's get rid of it and let's just rebuild. It's much easier to reprint than it is to salvage what's here. But in this series, we might want to be a little more particular about that and just be like, this is salvageable. I could work with this. Versus, okay, there's actually nothing left. It's a pile of scrap metal.
So Infinite, this might be the last load I feel comfortable with putting in your ship, because your wheels were bouncing like crazy when I last connected.
They were built to do that.
Yeah, DCS. The thruster thing is interesting, but that's 1 block, because you placed it. It's 1 block. But yeah, that's an interesting thing to think about. Something that's 2x1 or 5x1 or something like that. Yeah. But also something, well, yeah, you can definitely make a decent cargo drone with 6 block. Exactly, and that's kind of the thought process. Was when we were first starting this, we were like, oh, 60 blocks for 10,000. Well, that's easy. Like, you start with 10,000 credits. Like, surely you can, 60 blocks. That's plenty for something small. Obviously, large grid, you're starting to, kind of push some things, because large grid is kind of bigger. You could do a 60 block large grid thing, but how useful it is debatable. Small grid, though, you can get away with some really good stuff with that.
Okay, I wish you luck.
And then rules in terms of materials, like needs big tubes to repair. I don't know about that. Interesting. Yeah, we didn't want to be too restrictive in that sense. I wanted to make it make sense. Like, okay, I can't. Okay, we're out of iron. That's like, I can only build water vessels, but the spirit of it was I can only build water vehicles. Gmod can only build air. Infinite can only build land. But we're going to assault a land base that's in the center of a continent. Well, I'm not very useful because I'm out on the water. What am I gonna do? I got nothing.
That's why we had a big discussion with missiles.
Exactly. Yeah. And so the spirit of it was, okay, well then I can commission a rover of some kind from Infinite. I could spend some credits and I could get like a rover and actually be useful, and drive it in and be helpful and do stuff like that. And that was the spirit of it, was that each of us kind of has our niche, but we can expand into that niche and with some regulation, but for credits, because why not? It's an economy playthrough, sort of. Let's do that, and that was the thought process. That was the spirit of it. The spirit of it all. So, but when we were going through the rules initially, we were like, oh, wow, 60 blocks for 10k. Well, that's easy. Like, that's nothing. That's super easy. And I think you're absolutely right. Just a small mining drone, 60 blocks, absolutely. You got that. Got it.
I'll meet you back at base, Infinite.
Sounds good.
Wish you luck.
Appreciate it.
Are you bringing any iron with you, Gmod, or is it all in Infinite?
Yeah, it's a full load in my cargo, but
Sweet.
Infinite has the majority of it.
That's fine. We're totally out right now. So I've been stopped.
I think he's rebalancing before he goes on his trip.
Yeah, I'm spreading it out among the containers.
Oh, that's
just
smart.
in case.
That's smart. Yeah, in my creative world, where I was testing driving your vehicle into the carrier, I was trying to get used to this thing. It was an interesting vehicle. I tried to play with the rotors at one point. I was like, what if it did not end well for me.
Yeah, it's sketchy.
Yeah. I was like, I'll try this. No. Ugh. Getting dark in my office. Sun has gone down. My light is not.
The darkness has fallen.
It has, which is fine because like everything I have lights up. So like my keyboard's fine, my mouse is fine, everything's fine. But I'm in the dark. I guess I'm not really. Am I? It's hard to tell. Oh my.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we're a referral mailbox. Oh, interesting. Email link option. Interesting. I have a attorney that just said we get a lot of referrals, and we don't want them to get lost in an attorney's inbox. Is there a way? Oh, a link. I don't like that. an idea of maybe
Oh,
having
yeah.
a link we could put in our email signature, something like, "Do you have a new claim referral? Click here." I mean, yeah, it would just be an email link, and you'd have like a shared mailbox.
Any sort of links I'd be wary of, even if you set it up yourself.
Well, it wouldn't be a link. It's literally just like a mail to colon email address.
Uh-huh.
That's all I would do, because they're talking about having it in their signature, in their email signature. So that's all it would be. Would be like a little subtext. You know, you have like here's our address, and like here's the phone number, and here's my my email address and fax number and things like that. You could just have a, like they're saying, "Do you have a new claim referral for attorney X? Click here," and it's just the here is a mail to link. That would be doable. The problem would have to be, Wishlist would be a system that would ultimately all go to the same parent inbox, so to speak. That, oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, we'd have like a shared mailbox for referrals. Yeah, and client go through link or this link or this link, even though the documents materials will end up in the same alter destination. Oh yeah. Sublink so that we can trace. No. That, no, I don't think so. Okay, what they're asking for. Okay, here's a thing. They're saying we want something in our signature that you can click that will then have you be able to send an email with details of your claim to a shared mailbox. But once the letter appears in said shared mailbox, it will be somehow denoted whose link was clicked. That sounds not simple to do with existing
I mean, a
tools.
way you can do it is, well, I don't know how your system's set up, but you can make it so the unique identifier is for every email. When they click on the link, it fills out the form with that unique identifier.
Okay, so here's a thought.
So, like, A1 for this user, B1 for this user, and then you'd be able to know who.
Yeah, so you could
like-
use email aliases. One, you could use email aliases and basically have it come in to a shared mailbox and potentially even be filtered based on the alias that was used into folders. You do that. You could just leave it as is and just say, hey, take a look at these. But you could do kind of what you're saying, where you could set it up to be a pre-filled email and have the subject be the attorney's name of the link that was clicked, but still addressed to the same mailbox. That way they can just see from the subject, the first word in the subject would be the attorney's name, like the last name. You could do that for sure. Because the problem is this is it's an email. It's not like an actual like forum post, kind of form.
Mm-hmm.
Referral links. Here's the drone. Here's the certificate of ownership. I should make a pink slip notepad, right? Referral links. Yeah. So, but how would you do referral links in just a standard exchange environment? Because like the first thought in my head is aliases. Because that way what you do is you basically have a shared mailbox and call it referrals at, our domain, and have each link in an attorney's signature, which is going to be annoying in and of itself, but have each link be sent to an alias. So let's say you got, John.Smith at, J Smith referrals at domain, and have that be an alias of the referrals mailbox, and then Jane Smith referrals at domain, and have that be an alias of the mailbox. That way, when you send those, they will come in sent to those aliases, and then you could just sort by, you could even do it by mailbox or by folder.
And would those emails be coming from the original emails, like that they clicked the link from? Like when you send it, does it recognize that it's coming from that
Probably
first
not, because it
user
would be a
is
new
email.
mail to it would open as a new piece of mail. So what I'm thinking
Well,
of is
wouldn't it have to come to it from a different mailbox of some kind?
yeah, it would
Or
come
is
from
it
the
always
user.
just-
So what you would have is you would have a user who would have received. So the idea is that it's in their email signature, which means the
Mhm.
client on the other end has received an email from this attorney and is able to see their signature, and then is able to say, hey, I have a referral for you. Here it is. And they click it, and it, then opens a new piece of mail
Well,
sent to that email address.
As
But the
long
email
as
address is
they're
the alias.
using, as long as user like A is always using referral A, then you should be able to just use filters on the shared mailbox to,
And
like you said,
it-
sort it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's my thought. That would be
if-
the easiest way, I think.
But if
Easy.
user B is using user A's referral link, it will think it's coming from user B.
Correct, but they shouldn't be. That's the thing is, so like, let's say
Yeah.
like John Smith's email signature will say, do you have a new referral for John Smith? Click here. And the here is a mail to link, john.smith referrals at, domain. Jane Smith's email signature will say, do you have a new referral for Jane Smith? Click here. And the here is a mail to : Jane Smith referrals at blah, blah, blah. Those are both aliases for the main referrals at mailbox. It's a shared mailbox. That way, when they come in, it'll be sent to Jane Smith referrals at blank and sent to John Smith referrals at blank. And then they could easily sift that. And I could even, just like you said, filter it automatically into folders and just tell, Jane Smith, hey, when you look at the shared mailbox, just go to your folder. And there's your stuff. And John Smith, when you go, look at your folder, and here's all the ones that came into you. And that way you could easily see, what's coming in where. I think that's the easiest way to do it without doing anything special, right? Does that make sense? Is that
I think so.
yeah? I think that's the easiest way to do it without any sort of special treatment. Just being like, yeah, we can do that. Here's how we'll set it up, and I got to make an alias, and the annoying part about that is I have to manage these aliases. Basically, as long as attorney A, is here, as long as John Smith is here, we got to keep that alias alive. The minute John Smith leaves, I got to turn off that alias, and then when John Smith's, Jackie Smith shows up to take their place, now we got to make a new referral link and stuff like that. Do you have to automate it, or is it fine to manually give each link a specific referral modifier?
Yeah, that's another question.
What does that mean?
Like, would you have to set up every user account individually, or are you going to automate it? Like, it will just be adding to everyone going forward.
So, I don't know. This is one attorney. This is a director in workers' comp who is having this thought. Now, I could just come and say, yeah, it's doable, but do you really want to manage this? And they'd be like, oh, no, never mind. I don't want to. It's stupid. But they might be like, as they're saying, like, hey, this is kind of my dream desire. This is what I'd like. Now, what they're wanting is, like I said, you don't have to have a folder that Jane Smith accesses and a folder that John Smith accesses, because what they want is their paralegals to be able to access it, but to know who it came in for. And that's why it's a separate thing, because if it was just for the attorneys, then I would just have it be their email address. And they'd say, hey, do you have a referral for so-and-so? Send it to them. Just send it to their email address, and, it is what it is. But in this case, what they want is the reasoning is they're like, hey, we want a shared mailbox. We want a shared mailbox that all of these can go into, but we want to be able to know who, what link was clicked to give each one the way to get it, just so that they can like sort it after the fact. Kind of like what I was saying about potentially automating it, into folders, is sort it and be able to sort it after the fact. Now, I don't understand necessarily what you're talking about, DCS, about referral modifier, other than how do you be able to sort it. And if that's the case, then yeah, they want to be able to sort it, because the problem is, they don't. Basically, you have I don't know how much you guys know about law firms, but Go ahead.
I think the referral modifier was more of if user A needed referral A and B for their user profile, like because they send out different referrals to different clients.
Mm-hmm. See,
They
the
would
thing is
need
that
a
it's
modifier in
yeah.
that link.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case because I think they're only sending. I think it's a generic. It's like a marketing tag in an email of like, hey, if you want to unsubscribe, click here, kind of thing. Like it's the same link for everybody, except in this case, each attorney would have their own mail to address because you want to be able to sort it after the fact, and I can't think of any way to do it, smartly, other than just sort it in a mailbox, by incoming alias. That's the best I can think of at the moment. Obviously, you could go a whole different way. You could set up a SharePoint site. You could do this. You could have a whole form. Like you could do a whole thing. But the mentality for like easy, just set it up with existing infrastructure kind of thing. Gmod, you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm more gonna see if I have an example for Infinite.
Beautiful, cool. But yeah, as far as I can tell, I think just as far as easiness goes, it's just set up a shared mailbox. Now, how do we find a way to sort these? And I think that's kind of the way it would be. You could give them a template that has the referral in it and have a sorter that reads that part of the template. Yeah, and then, see, we're starting to go outside of the realm of make it easy, keep it simple kind of thing. And that's what I want to kind of do, because like what they're asking is there a way to get like a shared mailbox and have a way to sort it? Because we want our paralegals to be able to see these referrals in one place, but we also want them to be able to know who they were sent to, like whose link was used. And that's it. That's the whole expanse. That's what they want. So for me, I'm looking at this and saying, okay, how can I do this easily in Exchange without having to go crazy? Because like I said, you could spin up a SharePoint site. You could set up an actual form, and the link could be a generic form that just has a drop down for what attorney is this for? And then it could go from there. It could be something as simple as that, and based on the attorney that's chosen in the drop down box, go from there, kind of thing. But that's not what I'm trying to see an easy way to do. I feel like template is the simplest. See, and that's it. Yeah, maybe it is, and that's the thing. Maybe it is. I looked at it and I was like, oh, just a shared, because they're asking like, oh, shared mailbox that the people can look through. Because then on the other side of it, because again, they don't want it going into. I guess you could flag it in the email once they fill out the form, it generates something to be.
What do you think of this?
You on full screen, Gmod? Hey, wait a second. Wait a second.
Huh?
Hey.
What?
That's my sub. That's Subby Wubby.
Yeah, it has the block limits and everything.
What?
I know.
Plagiarism.
I was wondering if you would notice.
I did. I was like, I know that design. That's Subby Wubby.
But yeah, 54 blocks.
54 blocks? You gotta be kidding me. Are you serious? Oh, can it fly under laden?
Let me check.
Because technically you have it upside down. Because the gyros were on the bottom. Because this thing had the connector on the top. But you could of course adjust that and do whatever you want with it. But oh yeah, because those thrusters were. Oh well, actually, I mean it's got thrusters in every direction, so it really doesn't matter. But yeah, I know she wasn't designed to fly out of the water, so I never actually tested it.
Assuming we do some quality control and we check that it flies, especially when laden, then I like it.
Oh, it's so funny. It's my
Plus
design.
It's got like pedigree,
It does have pedigree. It's Subby Wubby.
Yeah. That's
Now
cool.
it's gonna be Drilly Willy.
That's right.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's he's like I'm gonna go check if I have any designs, and I was like, all right. Then he goes, oh, how about this? And I glanced over at it, and I was like, wait a second.
Turns out Panta had a design.
I had one all along.
Yep.
So what's the story there, Gmod? It looks explodey.
Yeah, I was
Woody.
flipping around.
It's usually best to turn damage off in your creative world.
Yeah, but I don't like to do that because I like to test.
Well,
The
yes,
world,
but once
like,
once you get
environment.
far away from your build area and paste in a copy of it, then you can test. But when you're pasting in things, just trying to move it in in space, usually it's a better. Ow! I got a cramp from laughing. Ow! Oh man, that hurt. Still hurts. All right, what is this block over here that's not welding? Engines. Oh no, it's this right here. What is this? Oh yeah, engines. Why aren't the engines being built? Oh, don't tell me they're like the spheres are not hitting them. Is that possible? This is possible. Hold on.
Should be.
Back up a little. Let me just scoot a little bit further because maybe the sphere isn't big enough. No, look, they're not hitting the engines. Why aren't they hitting the engines? It's a 1x1 block. Is it right between two? No, because these blocks got done. Gmod, why won't it build the engines?
I don't know. Are we at Cobalt?
Is that what it is? Does it take steel a metal grid to start?
I'm not sure.
Let me switch back. Oh dear. Sorry guys. Turned you right back over right when it was gonna. Steel plate to start. It's just steel plate. Oh, we're out of iron again. Oh, that explains.
I'm on my way back, but it's foggy.
Oh, no worries. No worries. I take your time. I was just confused because I built the whole layer, but these engines aren't being built, and I was like, why? Look at. Oh, minus the sparking. Wait, is that? No, it's still. Yeah, that's still there. I was like, oh, maybe a window's broken, but no, it's still there. It's weird. Anyway, all right, cool. So I got one of two ways. Either we just go the full exchange route. I already blew it up. The estimated block limit on that thing that we said was 50, 54, something like that.
Yeah.
You mud?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 54.
Yeah.
Oh, he was looking at it. Huh, silly me. Yeah, it's like 54 blocks. Oh, not block limit. Oh, load limit. Oh, load. Sorry. Yeah, I read that. Man, I read that wrong. How much ore it can carry? Yeah.
It has a full cargo and full connector and everything.
And it's flying? Love it. Love it. Yeah, Infinite, you won't need the who is it? Thruster overrides. Because you're just gonna be flying it. But yeah, look at that. Sweet. It has a small connector. Small grid, small connector. So one by one small grid connector. So
And the back is where he would be connecting.
yeah, and the back is a big one. But both, I think the top, maybe not the bottom, because I don't really remember exactly, but I know the top, you could technically take off the conveyor cap and slap one there, a big one.
Both top and bottom.
Are free? Okay, perfect. So you could do one on either side. Perfect. Yep. There you go. Very nice. The big gun. Halfway through the well. How much is full? It's a medium. No, it's a small grid industrial car. What is it called? Cargo crate. No, it's not. Modular. The modular cargo container. There you go. That's what it's called.
Yeah, the large one.
Yeah. So it has a storage capacity of what, Gmod?
10,000 on my world. I think that might be a little bit higher because I put mine up to make sure I overestimate my abilities.
Inventory is 30 kiloliters times 3. So cargo mass is anywhere between 1,136 kilograms to 212 tons. Based on, I'm guessing based on weight. Its volume is not the same as weight.
So did you want that one infinite, or did you want me to...
I think what he said was as long as it doesn't crash under weight, then he said he's good with it.
Because I made this other one, I could switch out.
Show it to me. I'll check it out.
Oh, look at that little guy. Cute. How many blocks is that one? 5.
56.
56. Look at that. So different. Oh, that's got welders though. You'll have to swap this out for drills.
Yeah, it was an example like
Same cargo
switch
layout,
this.
except just 2 of them in a row.
Mhm.
Cool.
A lot more batteries.
Yeah, bigger batteries, big chonky. Yeah. See, the thing is with Infinite though is that his drone isn't ever going really far from his thing.
Mhm.
You know, so like as far as battery power is concerned, it's really not that important because he's not
And
taking
this
long
one
trips.
you can actually physically control, so if you needed to.
How many blocks is this one?
54,
56.
66. Sorry, mine was
Wow.
4.
56.
What?
It looks like it would be a lot more. Why?
He's got bigger blocks.
just bigger pieces.
Yeah, bigger
Batteries,
batteries and a second cargo container.
Second cargo.
I'm using the batteries as the platform.
Because right, Gmod, the one that Subby Wubby, he's only got the one, right? The one modular.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you
But
get
this
double the
is-
cargo capacity on this one, and an extra drill even because it's 3 versus 2.
True.
And technically, if you want to pay a little bit more, you can make this even more outfitted if you want. This is just bare bones.
This is just the E
Right.
package. If you want the SV,
Right.
you can pay a little extra. We'll soup it
This
up
is
for you.
just like the bare bones one. If you want more, you can. I was just trying to get under the 60 limit, so
I like it.
The bigger one.
Yep.
Sweet. Gmod, can you?
How wide is it? This is. Let's see.
So the issue is I
about
want to
3
carry it.
batteries long.
Oh, that is true.
I want to carry it on my back, but I think that I could dedicate a segment to it, and it would be fine. Plus, I have like this segment that I sit in. There's a gun on top, but if I took that off, there's gonna be a cargo underneath it. So,
Look at that.
I mean, a conveyor underneath it, so I could attach it there. That'd be pretty great.
Is there a conveyor or a cargo on the bottom?
I could always just use magnets actually, so I don't know that.
Yeah. Where's the conveyor? Like the.
The single connector is in the back.
Yeah, connected.
All right, that'd be fine then.
If you take the premium, you get doors.
Right. The windshield.
You want your robot to be able to use both legs at the same time? Yeah, it's optional. Classic Sarge, red versus blue.
Love that guy.
Hey, you got your robot, but we haven't talked about features.
The fog just disappeared.
That's how fog works. Don't you know?
It just snap gone.
Can the people that buy the ships just repaint them though?
Oh yeah. Painting's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hooray.
paint knows
I
no
just wanted to
element.
Perfect.
I just wanted to check because I know
I'm gonna repaint it.
if
You're
Infinite wanted a custom paint job, he would have to let
I
me.
do.
It's gonna be extra. You got
Right. Yet another option. And let me guess, purple is part of the limited package.
Indeed it is. In fact, it's only
get.
part of the Pro package. You actually got to get a whole different trim.
Right. You gotta get the nicer seats. You gotta, the
That's right.
leather. You gotta get.
This
the
only
leather.
comes with leather seats. Why? It has
Yeah.
nothing to do with seats.
Why is the paint color attached to the seat material?
I'm sure there's a reason. I'm sure
Yeah, Mike.
it's something about like, well, because when we put leather seats, the leather seats come with these extra features, which means we're making this extra money, which means there's room in the budget, and so we can actually subsidize the paint schemes because this paint's actually more expensive. What? I'm sure there's an actual reason, and it can't possibly just be completely arbitrarily made up, because that wouldn't make much sense.
Like when I got my Jeep, there were colors to choose from, and orange, I think, was more. It wasn't attached to any package or restriction. It was just,
It's just if you want
here are
orange.
colors, and if you want orange, it's extra. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
See
Oh,
that?
stop that.
Oh goodness, whoa.
We're good. We're good.
That I kind of prefer, because yeah, again, it's arbitrary, based on, oh, well, orange, orange costs more. And maybe it does. Maybe it actually does. Who knows? Maybe there's something about this paint that it's not as UV resistant. So we got to put more coats, and we got to do a different thing. Who knows? But I like that over. Oh, I'm sorry. You only got the E-Class, and we don't put purple on E-Class. Why?
Right. Like instead of I'll pay an extra $100 or something for the color instead of tying it to a multiple $1,000 package of extras. That's rough.
Yeah, and that's because, but even more than that. I mean, I would say, oh, you want a premium paint color, $1,000 extra. Even that I would kind of be okay with, because most of the time, if you have a choice in paint color, you're probably buying a car brand new from the factory. So you're already paying quite a bit of money. And it's something we realized kind of with this house. You're rolling it into a mortgage, okay? Every $10,000 extra on your house, total cost is like an extra $100 in mortgage payment. So
That's easier to squint at.
it's a lot easier to squint at. You're like, oh, I want to add this, covered deck to the house. Okay, well, that's another, $50 on the, on your mortgage. Oh, okay. Like, that's fine.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, and so it's stuff like that. So like if you're already spending, I don't know, depending on the type of car, $40,000 to $60,000 on a brand new car from the factory, and they're like, yeah, you want neon green? It's gonna be an extra $1,000. Okay. Who cares? What's that? $5 on my car payment? I don't care. It's a lot easier to stomach than it is to have a car and go like aftermarket and be like, yeah, I'm gonna get a paint job for like $2,000. Like that's a lot, because that's out of pocket. But whenever you're rolling, and I know it's a terrible thing to say, but whenever you're rolling something into a loan, it's a lot more stomachable to look at it that way than to be like, out of pocket, for something aftermarket. So I would be fine with that.
Clearly, it's the same or worse with interest, but it feels better.
It feels much better, yeah, because you're just like, oh, well, that's I can get this. And in the end, it isn't a huge thing. Like, yeah, aftermarket, probably a better thing, but you're also getting it straight from the factory. And in my opinion, if you're buying something brand new, like a house or a factory or a car or something like that, from factory is better, because guess what? It comes with a warranty. It's much better, to get something straight from the factory at it than to be like, oh yeah, I'll buy my $40,000 car, and then I'm going to take it to Joe's paint shop down the street, have it stripped and redone. A week after I get the car. I don't think that's really worth it.
Shoot the value with an arrow. Oh, me.
Yeah. You bring it back to the dealership for its first oil change, and they're like, wasn't this car pink? Don't know, man. What? Questions.
There's always two-tone striped.
Carpet's optional. Options are white, black, metal gray, red, blue, or vomit green. Anything else is the premium package. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. My wife, she has an iPhone 14 Pro. Does she need the Pro? Not at all. Did she get the Pro because the Pro was the only model of the 14 that came in purple? Uh-huh. Not again. Whoa, Infinite! Oh, never mind.
Crazy, right?
It came back.
I'm holding spacebar. I'm holding spacebar.
I saw a wheel leave your vehicle, and then It reinflated?
Yeah, the lag is fun. Doing it again.
I'm waiting to... Oh, there you are. I was like, I'm waiting to see you pop over the edge of the mountains, and there you are.
Yeah, the projections, I think, put me underwater.
Gmod, like he said, Gmod did shrink it down to only build visible, so it's doing pretty good. I think it's quite a few things. It's like 5 subgrids, a welder wall of probably, I don't know, 300 welders, and a 3-step down subgrid that is partially submerged in water while being welded by said welder wall. There's a lot to it. It was about to lose a tire, but then remembered he didn't get it insured. Yeah, it was interesting. That tire, I saw it leave his vehicle, and then it like lagged for a second, and suddenly it was back. That's one of those good moments. Because a lot of the time it's the opposite in Space Engineers. You're driving along, and suddenly a wheel just deletes itself out of existence. In this case, it came back.
Yeah. Your speed like snowballs, despite holding spacebar and anything else you might do.
Yep, your speed goes crazy. You hit a pebble, and your entire wheel just clips into the ground,
Yeah.
and then your whole ship explodes. Because why not? Space Engineers.
Wonder if I should put parachutes on the back
To slow down?
back, yeah, like a dragster.
Hey.
Because that's
No
like,
reason
what
not
was
to,
happening
right?
There was I just had this emergency, like I had this crazy speed. I just needed to kill the speed, and then I'd probably be fine.
Oh man, can you imagine how that's gonna react with all those subgrids?
So,
Possibly go wrong.
I'm gonna
I
see
added-
you stretching out like a slinky.
Yeah, I know. Kind of like what just happened.
Yeah. What's up, Gmod?
I added 1 or 2 more blocks, and I got up to 60.
Perfectly.
Does that still mean it is under the limit for the?
Yeah, 60, because 61 and up was the next one.
Yeah, I said that after the fact. It was a
It's gonna have to be
0
discrete.
to less than 60, so it was 0 to 59 was technically the
Okay.
10,000. But
I'll change it. I can change it.
I have no issue moving that to actually be 0 to 60. And not just because it's a great classic car analogy.
Not that that's a bad reason either.
Yeah, so if you want it to be 60, I have no issue making it 60. It's one block. It really doesn't matter to me that much. If it's something critical, I'd say just let it be.
I can remove a seat if you're fine. If you want 50.
Oh, do you have like an extra seat or something on there?
I put 3 seats on here just in case
Ah.
Infinite wants to move us around.
Get the seats off of there.
Yeah, I'm picturing somebody taking seats out of a car. Like,
Yeah.
we don't need those. It's extra.
I definitely don't.
Yeah, I'd say Gmod, don't just grind them down. I would say actually detach them and kick them off the vehicle.
Like you should absolutely remove 2 seats and add 2 thrusters
Oh, hey.
or 2 cargo. Like there's no way a seat is equal to a cargo or a thruster on especially on a minor.
True, but with your existing set of thrusters, 1 cargo or 1 thruster may not be relevant. So like if you're sitting at perfectly neutral at the moment when fully laden, 1 extra thruster isn't going to do anything for you, and 1 extra cargo is way too much in the wrong direction.
Like it sounded like did the first one that I was shown that started as your vehicle, did that one have like a cargo cap or something? Yeah,
Mine
that
does
kind of-
too.
That kind of decorative stuff. Or thrust.
Are you saying you'd be stripping off my decorative pieces?
In this case?
Ow, that was not a good jump, but also a good jump. Okay, that was you know what? That was a 6 out of 10, I'd say. Now 7 out of 10 on that jump. That was a good jump. So it has lights. Those were key because it was underwater. It has cargo conveyor caps. It has 2 of them supposedly, Gmod said. So that there's that. Let's see. It has an ore detector and an antenna and a remote control because it has no seats. It was remote control based and camera operated. So if you wanted to swap that out, maybe you could take off one of the cargo caps and put, you know, an actual like seat, like a helm or something on it. And then you could take off the other cap and put, I don't know.
Like between a cargo cap and 2 seats and I don't know, like once we get to like 4 or 5 blocks, like
oh, Gmod, I have big batteries on this one too.
Significant.
I have 4 large batteries on here, and then one, probably 6
Yeah, I
small
don't know
grid
how
batteries.
it was so close to the limit. I had to look again a few times because I was like, that seemed like it should be near the limit, but
Nice. Yeah, Subby Wubby. Ooh, little Subby Wubby. Yeah, she's got quite a few lights on her Infinite, so you could groom those if you.
but I didn't use the small thrusters either.
Yeah.
I used all large thrusters.
Gotcha. See,
in
I
each
used
direction.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 large thrusters, and then 6 small small thrusters. Yeah, my verticals and my forward reverse are all large, and then my left to right stabilizers were small grid. There were 6 of them, 3 on each side. You could also add a mini bar. See, DCS has the right idea.
aquarium.
Yeah, the aquarium. That's right. Yeah. Well, Taco's not here lately, so that's fine. I've also had it where I'm driving a Rover, all of a sudden I hit some non-existent bump in the road and my car goes flying. Yeah, that happens too. The annoying, the really annoying is I'm driving and then all of a sudden wheel deleted, and now your ship is like 1 server tick, and it's like the corner that's now missing a wheel is in the ground, and you know, then your whole thing just goes kaput.
I haven't had wheel problems really anymore. I thought I heard that they
did
dramatically increased wheel toughness or something.
Yeah, they fixed they quote unquote fixed wheels you know, a while back, but yeah. Nice. All right, yeah, Gmod's making the bigger one, the one with the 2 cargo containers, so you'll have plenty of room. Look at that double stacked round thrusters in the back. It's literally, in typical Gmod fashion, it's a bed of batteries. So it's 1, 2, 3 by 4, 5, 3 by 5, just batteries. That's the platform, and then it's thrusters slapped on that, ladders on either side, a connector, full-size connector in the back, and then conveyors in the front, converted down to. Gmod, why is it so long in the front?
Because this was supposed to be a welder or a driller, so this.
But I don't see any. I don't see any merge blocks or anything. I just see conveyors.
Yeah, that single conveyor was spreading out to the different welders.
Oh, right. It was the 3. That's right. Yeah.
So.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is
have many connectors on the side.
What I was saying is, since you were doing this in creative, like you could have deleted the converter, this large grid one, or this large conveyor, and then just slap the converter there if you wanted to, and shrunk it down a distance. Yeah, because the reason I'm thinking about is this is also it's a miner, and so more compact is usually better for miners, because you can't getting down and maneuvering is a different thing. But I mean it's fine. It's a great chip. I mean it'll do great. I just was wondering.
It was mainly just to give more reach for the chip, so that
that's fine.
You need to get inside of a mountain.
Well, with welders, that makes perfect sense, because like your issue is always you got to stay back. But with the drills, I was kind of like, I feel like that could be a heck of a lot closer. But yeah, no, it's fine. I was just curious. I also kind of hate how the spawning doesn't always work as intended. Spawning, like spawning, like character spawning, or especially on higher gravity planets, you spawn and just explode on landing. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I had that issue with the boat. Remember when it was submerged? It was moving along the water at a certain click, and it was upside down. It was capsized, and I was moving along, but the boat was like the med bay was in the water, and so what happened was when I would spawn, I was in the water and the ship was moving. So I got caught in the current of the water, and it got
your ship and
slapped
see
into a
what you
wall
think.
over and over and over again, and I wouldn't spawn. And it wasn't until like one time that I was able to spawn and like actually like drop in position. I think what did I do? I spawned and like turned off because you spawn with your jetpack on or something like that because we were moving so fast. So I like turned my jetpack off really fast and like tried to crouch and like stop myself, and it worked out. It is a fish. Look at that. You can see it from here. We go fishing. Look. Yeah, for me, I mean more like when you join a new game with the little pot. Oh. I'm not sure I've ever really had that issue. I mean, obviously, back in the day, I remember, maybe you lose a landing gear or something like that. But I don't think I've ever had an issue where my whole drop pod has been just like destroyed from landing. That's very unfortunate. Sorry to hear that. That's terrible. I know if you guys remember the old large grid spawn pods.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember those guys. Yeah, those guys. Have you docked yet and dropped off your cargo?
Yeah.
Okay,
Should be
sweet.
lots of iron.
Oh yeah.
Does the in the bottom right corner there's the weight
Of the grid that you're
Uh-huh.
driving or whatever. Does that include cargo weight?
Yes.
Okay.
It will go up or down based on whether you add or remove cargo. It also will adjust if you notice you have refineries and you pull in a bunch of ore. You will see the refineries refining the ore and condensing it, and you'll see your weight go down.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Nice new update from the magnesium base. We have 14k magnesium there.
Nice.
Huzzah.
Right, what's it called? The Mars planet? I landed in the pod explode. Oh goodness, that's terrible. Wait, but I thought Mars had a lower gravity than Earth.
What's up?
Here's your ship.
Let's see.
Doesn't Mars have a lower gravity than Earth?
So, I would like to measure this in large grid blocks.
Yeah.
What's the deal?
Big is this guy?
Do one of these buttons reverse things? Yes. Large
Yes.
pulley base reverse.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Is that elevator working? Should be.
It should be.
Yeah, let me turn those welders off. Pulley base. Oh, I can't. Welders are not on this.
Here you go, Infinite. Here's an easier way.
Yeah, this is just. Here goes water welders on off. I scoot this out. I should, in theory, be able to ride the elevator somehow.
Like 10 long, 5 wide.
Okay, there we go. Now, let me see. I'm gonna try this. Here we go. It's
Ooh,
Pertum.
there
Oh,
we go.
yeah. Okay, yeah, no, Pertum. That makes perfect
And
sense.
over here's red blocks.
Pertum is like,
3 wide. Oh, that's weird.
Pertum is a lot. Pertum is, it's not 1.25, it's like 1.9,
1, 2, 3,
1.2, something like that.
5
It's,
blocks long.
5 long, 3 wide.
does anybody remember what Pertum's weight is, or gravity?
Nope.
Oh, Gmod, I
No.
have suddenly realized a problem with its whole getup.
Here,
And control the
I'll lower it.
elevator from the elevator.
Yeah, that was the come in the
Gotcha. 1.2. Oh, really? It's that low? Okay. Because Earth is 1. I know Mars is less, and I know Alien is more. And I thought Alien was like 1.2. Or 1.1, maybe. I don't remember. Look at me go! Oh, this is so cool. I love it. It's like scaffolding elevators. Yeah! It's magic. Oh, goodness. That. It's like it shakes like a little scaffolding elevator too. Like it's perfect. I love it. This is great. You kind of basically hear it a little bit too as it's going. All right, Gmod, I am almost where I need to be height-wise.
Okay.
Let me see here. Gotta go down 1, 2, 4, 5. Okay, I'm here. Okay, now send me forwards. Oh, wait, I don't actually have any components in me, do I? No, I don't. That's okay. Okay, it's not okay. Hey, look, I'm here!
Yeah, I think
Hey!
you're at the level that you can get off.
That's pretty perfect. Look at that. That's the right height. All right, I think I just need steel plate to start this. Look at that. That's so cool. Send me forwards. Yeah, Pertum is the highest at 1.2. Alien is 1.10. Oh, there you go, 1.1. Yeah, I did a playthrough where I started on the alien planet, and that was an interesting one. That was a fun one because I went through and I was like naming everything. I was coming along and I was like, oh, here's like the snowy fields, or oh, here's the cliffs of despair, and like I was naming areas as I was coming and going and like leaving GPS points of like what they were called, and it was interesting. That was a fun one. The alien planet when it's dark is kind of scary. Like it was very like the sound of the alien planet. Oh, Gmod, this is perfect. You can stop me here if you want. There you go. Thanks. I can just. Oh no, I can't. Oh, that was a bad idea.
Well,
Okay.
I heard reverse to the dock.
Yeah, sorry. I thought I could just jump to the platform there, but apparently I could not. Triton is awesome. We did a bit in one of our series where we were on Triton. Oh, so good. I also added a few, like, some of our story elements on Triton, and it was really cool. But yeah, I like Triton's a good one. Let's see if I can hop on here. Oh, okay, I can. All right, send me back. Sorry about that. I did not mean to fall. Sorry, you can just send me the whole way this time. I basically I was there and I was like, oh, I'm like on the same level as the floor. Like I'll just hop out here. It did not work out because I'm technically below that level by like a smidgen.
Oh, if you would have told me that, I would have raised.
I know. Well, I didn't think it mattered, but it does. All right, we are almost. Oh, whoa. Perfect. I could probably walk right off. I'm gonna try it. Yeah. Okay. Oink. Oh dear. Oh, careful. And oink. There you go. So what is your deal? Why were you being such little jerks? Oh, it's a little high now. Can you lower that down again? Perfect. Thank you. That's.
You want me to put
Nope.
it down for
I
you?
fell. Sorry. That's cool. I already welded them, so we're good. In theory, we should be able to push it back up against the wall and go from there. The highlight bits, DCS. Yeah, I don't like them. I love them when we're doing stuff like this because they are very useful to see like what's being built, what got missed, what didn't, and everything like that. It's fantastic. But I hate them. Gmod likes to leave them on like all the time, and I hate them because they mess with my eyes like nobody's. It's bad.
I like them because I know when damage is.
Yeah, but I like to do things like the you know, the simple script and stuff like that, and to show, you know, like just visibly show me damage on an LCD, and after a battle, sure, you know, I'll go ahead and put that up and whatnot, turn the projector on, but I don't like having projectors on during a fight. Because I don't know, I like being able to see the damage. Like, if I'm going to get a hole blown in me, I want to see that versus, you know, just a projection of what used to be there. What do you think? Is it going to hit those guys, or is it not? Those are on the same level as the thing. Could
It
you?
looks like it.
Oh, did it get him?
Yeah, they're
Oh yeah, no,
going
it's doing it. Okay, cool. I was gonna say, can't you just like tweak the piston or the pulley a little bit, like drop the whole grid just like a smidgen and put it in the bubble? But yeah, it looks like I got it. Sweet, awesome. So why didn't it get the engines?
Probably because they have a different hitbox.
Yeah, but I mean that's fine. I just Tinted towards yeah. Pertum, I have never played on Pertum. I will say that I've never done a series on Pertum. I've never done a survival on Pertum. I've never played on Pertum in that respect. I have done Triton in the sense that we did that for Frostbite. The Frostbite scenario takes place on Triton, so we played through a survival-ish thing on Triton, which was fun. And then in one of our series, we visited Triton, which was fun. I've never actually played a like a survival through on Triton. That might be a fun one to do. It's all
Did
snow
you want
all the
the
time.
drill ship done in Infinite?
Do.
Okay.
Do. Oh man, it's 10 o'clock. How did it get me 10 o'clock already?
You have the credits, or should I leave it just on the pad when it's created?
How does that work? I guess I'll withdraw the money and hand it to you.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's how it works, right?
that works. Yep. We'll just withdraw it. You'll have it as actual cash in your pocket, and then just give it to him. Like put it in a cargo or hand it to him on the ground or something like that. Wouldn't necessarily trust the ground, but you know.
Yeah.
Well, another way you could do it, you could put it in the faction account,
Yeah, but I mean, you could. It's fine. It's
like
just
an
make sure you-
electronic transfer.
Yeah. To make sure you withdraw. But then store it in the ATM. Gmod, don't forget to
Mhm.
you know just take the money, because if you die, you don't want to lose what's in your pockets.
Well, if you do the electronic transfer, doesn't it go from one ATM to the other?
Probably. Sounds about right. Look at it go. We're gonna be hitting the gun soon, actually. It's exciting. Rhythm is quite challenging because it's very scarce on ice. Yes, see, and that's the thing, because we did I did, like, I think I talked about this last week. I did a thing on Caldera, and that was that same kind of mindset where you're oh dear.
Okay.
I think I know what happened. I think I know what happened, actually. Want to know the
Okay.
truth. Server's gone. I think the gun just tried to weld.
Oh.
While it was still in the welder wall.
Oh.
It flickered once and then went back to green, like, oh, you can build this. And then it disappeared. But it wasn't far enough out yet. I was actually just about to say, hey, looks like the gun will probably get set up soon. But don't think that did good. Yeah, he's starting back up. Alright, so you guys hold off for a second until we're sure.
Yep.
I feel like if it's backed away from his microphone, but I can still hear him. Oh, there was something. Oh yeah. So I one of the loading screens, I saw there was a cute little like truck with like a assault cannon turret on the back, or assault cannon on the back. It was done with like a custom turret controller, and I was looking at it and I was like, wait a second. I was like, how is that attached? Because it was attached to a hinge, and I was like, that's a 3x3 small grid hinge, and the gun is like directly attached to it, and it's a small assault cannon. And I was like, that doesn't match up. I was like, I don't think that's actually configured. I was like, they faked it. But what really happened, I think, is there was like a small cargo, like a 1x1 cargo on the back of the gun, and I think they're just manually loading it into the cargo and saying, oh yeah, let's go for it. Oh, if it's already connecting, apparently. I guess he didn't hear me.
Oh, I thought you were back in.
No, I said y'all wait until I get in and get it sorted.
My bad.
It's all good. It's all good. You can come in. It looks like it's finishing that up. Yeah, I'm guessing it was the gun tried to weld, because now everything's kind of smoothing itself out again. And we didn't really do much here. I mean, pretty much exactly where we were. So, because the game had literally like just saved and then it crashed. Be good. You guys are good to come in, I think. No, that's got to be something different. That's something different. Got to be something. Waka waka. Beautiful. Right, it's just a fun plan to make. To me, I don't know why. Maybe because it reminds me of HOT. I mean, a lot of the turrets in the scenario also aren't hooked up to conveyors. Not like it's unique. Yeah. Well, the thing is, it was one of the loading screens, and that's the thing is, like, I was looking at it and I was like, because I loved it. I was like, it's a truck with a turret mounted on the back. I was like, that's so cool. And it was like a big, big gun, big assault cannon. And I was like, oh, it's like, custom turret. I was like, it's really nifty. But then I was looking at it, I was like, that's not conveyored. Like, there's physically no way for that to be conveyored. It's a 3x3, medium cargo port on a 1x1 small cargo port. I was like, that doesn't work. But then I noticed that there was like a cargo container on the back. So I was like, oh, maybe they just like load directly into that and then the gun feeds off that. I was like, that's doable. But man, those small grid, small cargos, they do not hold much. So I was like, that's really limiting. Keen just hates conveyors.
Come back in.
Yeah. I said you guys are good.
Okay.
Yeah, come on. Is that? No, there it goes. It's got it. Got it. No, it doesn't. Are those the engines? No, they're not. They're just the next engines. That's what it is. It still won't do those engines, Gmon.
Yeah, I think it's just because of the hitbox.
Hitbox. Can we move then? I guess when you pop in, maybe. Can we scoot the thing down a smidge then? Just a tad, maybe even up rather than down. Oh no, you can't go up, can you? It's probably at max
I think it's already
retraction.
up, all the
Yeah.
way up.
I was just thinking about the water. I was like, ugh. But yeah, if you could just like scoot it down a smidge, that might help.
Would that do anything though? Because the
It
circles
should.
they should overlap.
I just want to test it because honestly, it's smack dab right up against those welders. I mean, I don't get it. Like it should. These are hydrogen engines. They're facing sideways. They're long ways, but they take up a whole block. Of space. Physically. So unless there's some weird thing going on with their actual hitboxes, I was like, you should be hit. So I just want to test it and see if you scoot it down a smidge, does it make those? Because we've got a row of at least like 4, on each side engines, and I don't have to manually do each one. But I mean, if I have to, I have to. It's no big deal. This guy's kind of already lined up, so we'll just go forward, do it, reverse, go forward, reverse.
Iman, where do you want your money?
I don't know. It at this point, it's not worth it. The hydrogen engines are in there symmetrically, because again, it's a ship. It's got to be symmetrical, otherwise it's gonna fall over. And they're just in a row, on either way, going long ways. And so for me to get in there and change it, it's not worth it. Like it only wants to work on a specific area of the hitbox. Maybe. And that's an issue with blocks in general, is you do run into that sometimes. Oh, wow.
Okay.
That was interesting. Yeah, it didn't seem to, and look, it is lined up exactly with these welders, with a welder block and nothing.
Sorry.
Put it in the seat there.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's doing anything. Yeah, Gmod, it's not. It's not. So I guess just pull it back up, I guess. And then I'll just use the elevator. Let's hit it again. Turn those. And we'll shoot him. Ah! Are off. Out. Yeah, well, the welders are serious. Very serious rubber banding right now for me. I can't take 2 steps without moving.
Yep, me too. What, do we want to do a server restart, maybe?
Probably. Hold on.
Because it looks like everywhere over here is safe. At the base.
Oh yeah, no, everything's saved. Everything's fine. I literally just can't. I can't.
What I
can't
mean
move.
is, I'm not rubber banding over here.
Oh.
So.
Did you retract the thingy over here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Ah, there we go. I'm coming over to a bed. You guys are. That game didn't like that. Oh, actually, now everything's smooth for me now. Okay.
Yeah,
it's not.
everything at the base is fine. It's over near the welding wall.
I'm still jiggling
Yeah.
a little bit. All right, we'll do a save. Shit. Exit out. Yes. There we go. Nice clean. There we are. There we go. Start up nice and clean. So it made times 6 clock roll. Never heard of it. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, no, absolutely. There are hitboxes for certain blocks. They've tried to fix some of it over the years, but there are hitboxes for certain blocks that, like, you know, well, first off, the handheld welder, the position, like where it actually welds, is not where it looks. You know, like the welder itself is pointing in one place, and your crosshair is actually in a different place, and where it actually is welding is totally different. So that's just annoying. But ship welders are spheres. They weld in a sphere, and you can use build vision and look at it, and you can see, and it'll show you, kind of the situation. But it's they should cover pretty much everything. But for some reason, like those blocks right in front of them, just nope, will not weld you, and I don't know why. It's very strange. Very strange. You know what? I'm gonna actually close out of Space Engineers entirely. That roll. Okay, so launch. Sometimes that is. Sometimes that causes problems, you know. East and go. Let's see. And I'm going to sit down too, because I've been standing this whole time. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's some good sitting. DCS, I think you are going to be the only person in chat tonight. It's 10:17. We've only got like an hour and a half left. Good. All right. Oh. How this looks. But these are why I call it nights. Oh no! I know, that's true. It's fine. Alright, we are. What was that? No, that's not. Okay. Whew, man. Always terrifying when you think that you see a red signal in the sky. Oh no. Okay. We're up. Good. Alright, guys. You should be good to load it. Cool. Alright, beautiful. Okay, here we're in. And everything's... Oh, wow. Wow, is that the first time I've ever seen two player connecteds at the same time? They stack, but they're offset. That was weird. Uh-oh. Oh no. Ah. Two people connecting at the same time. Okay, here we go. This should be acceptable. Okay, so do I still have stuff? I do. Okay. So, you, sir. Oh wait, can I just do this? How does this work? Yeah, it does. Oh, I can just... Yeah, baby! Wait, but when I'm this far, it doesn't work anymore. No! I'm gonna need Gmod in here. Stat! Here we go. To that. Oh, don't you? Don't forbid me off the side of this. Now I'm on a moving subgrid. I know it's weird. Oh no, I can't reach them from here. No, I'm too... Oh. It's far. Oh, he's so smart. Oh, that was so close.
No, I stopped it.
Oh, you said... Oh. Well, you're still smart. I was like, wow, he planned this. He even, like, preloaded the length. He knew what was up. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Alright, can we... Kind of scoop. What? Booking it! Zoink! Okay, send me, but then when I go, we're gonna need to like pull the ship back a minute. It's like oh dear, hey, how's it going?
Oh, 1 second.
Oh dear, doing a thing. He's doing a thing. Don't fall, Gmod. Yeah, that was funny. He grounded away, and as soon as it disappeared, he just like lifted his left leg, like, oh yeah, I'm not falling. Infinite, you look loaded in. Are you in?
Letting it settle.
Ah, smart. Smart. I'll hop off here. I think Gmod's doing some work. thing. He did a thing. He's done it. Oh, I see what he's doing. He's gonna put a thing there, and then he's gonna put a button panel there, eh, sir? Yeah. Yes, sirree, Bob. I see what's happening, but he can't because it's not far back enough, and he's like, what do I do now? Oh, he's gonna drop it down. Then he's gonna... Oh, look at, he's got a plan. He says, I'll just stand in it, and then I'll just add it. Like, I got this. Worries people. Everything's gonna be fine. But what he didn't think to do is to call Ghostbusters. He could send it all the way back up to the top, and then I can stick it on. You do it? Good, I gotta do it. I gotta get up there. Actually, I could just ride it up. Not gonna say. He's gonna say. Oh, he is! Oh, that's cheating. That was way too fast. Ah, that was too fast. All right, what are you trying to build there, sir? Catwalk?
Yeah, just
Okay.
a catwalk.
There we go. I got the parts. I was gonna put it. Oh, he already did. He already did it. Yeah. Oh, Jimon just dove off the side. Oh no, he didn't. He took the stairs? How did you get down there?
I took the stairs.
Wow, that didn't look like stairs at all. It looked like you dropped fast. Send me. Ah! That was so fast to start the drop, I actually couldn't move myself. I was like hopping. Oh no! That's a bit low there, sir.
Well, at least we know it goes past.
It does. It goes until it smacks this one. Oh man, that was deep there, sir. Oh hey, but look, the cables are up now. That's nice, because we restarted the server. They weren't there for me before. The cables were missing. And hello. Oh wait, we're going up. We're going up. Where are we going? What's happening? Oh, we're coming back down. Okay, here we go. I'm getting off this ride. There it is. Weld that up, and then he's gonna place button panel somewhere. I think he's gonna put the button panel. I think he might put it on. Now wait, he turned slightly. Yeah, that's what I thought. See, I see what he's thinking, but at the same time, I'm wondering, because when will you ever need to walk forwards? Probably never. So you could put the button panel on the end and like a railing on the side. That way you can see where you're going. Button panel.
Yeah, but if you want to extend this, you can extend it a little bit.
But why would you want to extend it? Isn't that what the pulley is for?
Yeah.
I like
Hold on,
it
are
being
we
just like.
waiting?
Go ahead. What?
Are we waiting to start the?
No, I don't think so.
Dealership?
Right, Gmon? You guys are ready to start?
No, I was going to do that right after I fixed the elevator.
Yes, if you
Alright.
could help. I think it just needs to be attached to that sprue and then pulled all the way in, right, Gmon?
I could do it if it's.
That's what I was just trying to check with him, just to be 100% sure.
Okay, there you go.
Sweet.
Elevator's ready.
Oh, sorry. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Go, look at it go. It's awesome. All right, what am I doing? Base down, forward. Now, is the speed still up really high?
Not as high as it was, no.
Oh, goodness. Ah! Oh, and stop. Wow, I almost get jerked off the end there. It's so fast. Okay, let's see. Okay, no, wrong way. Shit. Oh, yeah, see, I can't see anything backwards. That's cool. It's fine. Okay, so now that I'm here, now I just need to get into this, and I need to say, hey, water piston. Forward, large pulley base. Reverse it. I need to turn it. Stop it. Hello. Exactly. And then I just need to go. This is perfect. Oh no! Oh, my steel plate! Where did it go? Okay, anyway, you hold on. I'll be right back. Whee! Oh, I love it. This is great.
I love that elevator works. So
It works awesome. Oh, wait. Was that too high? No, I might be able to jump. I don't know. We'll find out. I need parts. I need steel plate again. Why did I take all the steel plate? Okay. Just girders. All right. Maybe. That jump? Nope. That's okay. Okay. No worries. I'm back up, and everything will be fine. Screen. Specs. Alright, see, pulley. Elevator, large pulley base. Down. Oh, wrong way. No, come back. Whee! Yeah, there we go. Okay, down, reverse that, and up a little bit. There, and then forward, reverse. Go! This is fantastic. Oh. Same time, that was amazing. Here we go. Okay. Aha! Aha! Alright. Reverse! Reverse! Bloop. Nope, stop it. Stop. That. Okay, let's see. Pause, space. On off. Go back to the wall, please. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Yes, exactly correct. Perfect. Why is that not welding? It's here? Oh, there it goes. It did it. Okay, it did. What's going on here? There it goes. Okay. Hey, gun, don't you try yet. Hold off. Tried to kill us last time. I'm sure everything will be fine. If it has the projection going.
Looks like it's going pretty well.
This one, in theory, should be able to get to the iron deposit and back if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm considering whether maybe I just take this or if I just carry it on the back. Because driving back, like when you stopped filling up that vehicle, it was maybe a little over a quarter to a third of the way full, and it was a sketchy drive, a little bit. It was pretty slow.
And you also have those two caps there that you could remove if you wanted to modify this vehicle in some way.
Yeah, so do I get to modify, or do I have to like bring it to the mechanic? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you'd have to bring it to me.
All right, that's fine.
I
And
like
you do
that
the repairs, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that idea. Like you're the air mechanic.
He's the only one who knows how to work on flying vehicles.
Yeah, I like that.
He's got the magic sauce.
Magic sauce.
He found it in a bottle of teen. All right, guys, it's 10:32. You know what that means. Time to discuss the story.
All right.
All right. So, Gmod. First off, what did you think?
Why can I get steel plate?
I'm taking it off. No, I'm kidding.
So I'm trying to finish the last thing on Infinite's vehicle. which
No problem. I can turn
already
the welders off if you want.
completed.
They're just actively welding the big ship. So.
No, it's fine. I was just like, why? We
I
should
think
have steel plate.
I have 99 in my inventory if you want me to run them to you.
No, I got it.
I'll
It
take
was
the
just-
great glass elevator. I can just PTZ myself over to you guys. Whee!
That would be funny though if you could.
And you just
Have a
that's
loader.
that's all you do. Yeah, is you just like in the center of the base. There's just a tower, and this guy's whee. Oh, like the movie adaptation of Hitchhiker's Guide when they were in the planet manufacturing factory. Remember that?
Yeah.
And he's in the
It
little.
would be funny if the pulley goes up into the sky, goes over to wherever we want, and then goes down.
Yep. That'd be so much fun.
Hey, let's go to the iron spot.
that'd be a little excessive, I think.
Well,
That'd
no,
be a
I
little
think
excessive.
I think it would get there.
Oh, it would get there. It's just a little excessive. I think it's a little over the top. If you catch my drift. All right, looks like engines on this one I have to do too. Unfortunately. Yeah, looks like one more block space, and then we should be able to build the big gun. One of them. But unfortunately, those look like those are probably the engines.
Okay. Other than being recharged, what do you think?
Needs paint job, but I like
Yep.
it.
Go for it.
Filters off.
Well, it recharges, you can paint it.
Filter wall.
But not
Or,
quickly, because then I paint the whole thing.
Okay. Well, we can wait until it's charged
Yeah.
then.
I'll wait.
Tower. Oh, don't hit the wall, don't hit the wall, don't hit the wall. And yeah, let's go. Go. Stop.
It's named Drill Ship Mini, so.
We'll fix that. Eventually.
Yeah, I didn't know if you. I named all the groups and stuff that, so.
Oh, wait, what? Oh, I went too far. Oh. Far one, not the short. Oh no, and I'm gonna steal plate again. How do you take all?
So it's not just me.
No,
Runs a steel plate.
it's
I was like-
all right. Reverse. Nope, not reverse. This way. Oh, baby. So, Gmod, what did you think of the story?
It was interesting
Ah.
at the beginning.
In the beginning,
Because
and then he
I
hated
didn't-
the rest of it.
Well, no, I just didn't think that I would actually be a Pokemon researcher or one that's trying to train to be a Pokemon researcher.
Yeah.
And it kind of shows off the more stuff that you don't think about that goes on in Pokemon
Yeah.
out in the wild.
Barking it. We're barking it.
But
Gmod, I love this element.
I'm glad you find it useful.
It is amazing.
I was
This is
wondering-
fantastic.
I was wondering if you would like it or not.
Oh, I love it. This is fantastic. He's everything I ever wanted in an elevator.
And another reason to expand that would be to actually, you could make it so you have one more button panel there,
Uh-huh.
and you could make it so that you can move the ship forward and back
That's true.
from there too, if you wanted. It did bring up some questions for Chapter 1.
Right, you said there were a couple things that you wanted to that you were like, oh.
It sort of makes it sound like they all want to be trainers. But Are you going with the regular world's logic where all the professors were trainers
Not necessarily.
at one point? Because you said the main headmaster was never in your story.
That he wasn't, or what? Wait, what? Hold on.
At least according to what I remember reading. The
Rowan?
professor said... No. Was it Rowan?
I think that's
He's
the only
the
professor we
headmaster.
talked about.
He was the headmaster that he was talking to that gave the assignment to the main...
Yes. Yes, that would have been Rowan.
protagonist.
Yes.
Okay. He said something along the lines of, well, everyone wanted to be a Pokemon trainer, but yours company not included.
He said current company included,
Oh.
meaning he had been. Yeah, he said what he said was that many researchers
Maybe.
had done that, exactly that. Because basically the point what he was trying to get across was that it's not an all or nothing thing. You know, it's you don't have to stop now. You know, like you don't have to, like, it. What you do in the future does not determine what happens right now. Like, you can technically go and do something different, because in fact a lot of researchers were that at one point. And he said present company included, meaning himself had as well. But yeah, so that would have been a misinterpretation. But yeah, it's yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so and that is the in my world, and this is going to be it kind of a not a peek behind the curtains, but kind of like how mine kind of differs, you know, from the world, because there's two different kind of worlds when it comes to Pokemon. There's the anime, and then there's the games. And in the games, we're always shown,
and those
10
dark,
year. What was that?
and those dark Magnum books.
Oh yes, well the
Go
manga's
ahead.
fantastic. The Pokemon special, fantastic. But no, what in the games, you're, except for I think Black and White, you're 10 years old usually. It's like, oh, you're 10 and there you go. You know, kind of you're like you go out into the world, and the canon ages of the protagonists are always, you know, around 10 years old and so on and so forth. And this. In the anime, we got kind of the same kind of touch, because Ash was that. You know, Ash was 10 when we introduced, to May. She was 10. Dawn was 10. You know, like everybody was 10. You know, when they started their journey, and so you get kind of this like.
Yeah, and they apparently seem to be immortal.
Well, that too.
Or eternal.
Yes, eternally 10. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, and you know, so you kind of see that, but when you stop and you think about that, you're like, okay, hold on a second. Who is sending a child, a 10-year-old, out into the world to fend for themselves in a world like this? That makes no sense. Like, at most, you do, like, Gen 1, and they're like, and yeah, because, and maybe Gen 2. Gen 3, you leave, and Birch is just out there getting mauled by a Poochyena. But
All the time.
yeah, and you're just like, he's like, save me, and you're like, oh, what am I doing out here? But Gen 1 and 2, the professor stops you. They're like, oh, hey, whoa, like, you can't leave town. Like, you're a child of 10. You'll get eaten. And it's like, oh, yes, come to my lab and get a Pokemon. It's like, oh, hooray. And so you go and you go through that whole process and you get your Pokemon and now suddenly everything's great and you can leave and you won't die. And so the idea there in my world is, you can do that, and it's different from region to region. So in a region like Sinnoh, or even in Shenza, where you've got Johto and Kanto and some other places, culturally they're a bit different, and so they do kind of follow that. Like when you turn 10, you technically get your trainer's license, and if you want, you can apply for your trainer's license and get it because you've already done the schooling necessary for it. And then if you want, you can get a starter Pokemon and you can go through the process and you can leave and do it. And their culture is kind of centered around that, where it's expected that kids leave. And we just got a logistics post very close to us.
Yeah, a few of those have been popping up.
Yeah, they're fine because they're neutral, but that's very interesting. And so what you get is the idea that, like culturally they expect this kind of thing. It's normal, so if you see, some kids, camping on the side of the road or hiking, up one of the routes, like that's normal because it's fine. And culturally they're, kind of like more Asian-y countries in the sense that, it's not as dangerous for the youngins to be out doing stuff. You get, 10-year-olds are going down to the corner store, and buying stuff, and it's fine. It's expected. Like nobody bats an eye.
The worst thing you can do is try and get in the middle of a Pokemon battle or get ran over by a horde of forest.
Yeah, and the idea being, that you kind of don't do this until you maybe have a partner Pokemon, so that you can actually be defended, because it is dangerous out there, with people and wild animals in general. But you gotta be protected, and you go. But in my world, what you see is some places kind of see it as like a coming of age thing, it's just something that you do and just kind of go. But over in primarily in Sinnoh and a bit of Shenza, what you get is Pokemon training is kind of like a sport. And the best kind of way that I can make it an analog is like football. Whether you're talking soccer or actual American football in America. But the idea here being that, you play sports. I mean, when you grow up in school, you play sports. You have extracurriculars, you kind of do sports, you kind of do your thing. If you enjoy it, you continue, and maybe into middle school, you keep playing your sport, and then maybe into high school, you can actually play for the high school team, and there are people recruiting, and they're like, oh, these guys are actually pretty good, let's recruit them for college teams, and maybe you can even get on a scholarship, and you can go with that sport, and then you keep going, and then maybe you can go professional, and you can actually play, as a professional, and do kind of stuff, and make up. Go ahead.
There's like trainers, there's rangers, there's professors, there's a bunch of different professions.
Oh, exactly. But I'm looking at just trainers in general. You what you see there is you kind of see this world of like, okay, you can go be a trainer, you can go do your thing, everything's fine. If you stick with it and you're good, and you kind of see that, I want this, because not everybody can go and play football professionally. It's not going to happen. You may love the game, but you may end up only really playing it casually on the weekends with some friends, because you're not good enough to go professional. You're not good enough to get on a college team. You're not. And so it's just the way it is. So if you like training and you want to stick with it and you can prove yourself that you're actually pretty good at it, then you can maybe get recruited into a gym and be a gym trainer, and you can work under a gym for a while, kind of do that. And maybe when you're really good, you get scouted. Maybe you can even be a gym leader when a position comes up. If you're really good, you might even get a job on the Elite Four or something along those lines. And if you're really awesome and you've kind of battled your way up, you can maybe even become champion of a region or something like that. And so the idea is that it is a job and it is a career path, but it's kind of like a sport in that sense, where it's kind of like I'm a professional sports person, professional football player, rather than it's a 9 to 5 and I go and I work in an office kind of thing. It's a different mentality. But that's kind of how I see it kind of fitting in these regions, because that's just kind of how it is. So what we see in schooling is that I wish I had my notebooks with me. first couple years, I think years 1 and 2 of your education. So you start school after your 6th birthday. So the spring term that starts after your 6th birthday, and Sinnoh and Shenza both run off of a trimester system. So you have spring, summer, and fall semesters. And the way that it works is after your 6th birthday, whatever the spring term is that starts, that's when you start school. So you start usually when you're 6. 6 years old is when you start school, and that's kind of what your jam is. You go through year 1, year 2, and then in year 3, when your PE courses suddenly start getting into a subset, which is kind of like, for all intents and purposes, trainer studies. It's you start learning, survival instincts. You start learning, camping skills. You start learning cooking skills. You start learning things of like, okay, I'm going to be out traveling all on my own, by myself. How do I survive? Kind of thing. And so that's, year 3. Year 4, it gets more advanced, and year 5, it gets more advanced, and you start learning battle theory. You start learning some of the stuff of that, and you start really getting into that, and really getting it, so that when you graduate at 10, you are fully prepared and capable to technically leave home and start your training journey if you so choose. You don't have to, but if you want to, you can, and you can go out and do your business. But you are prepared to do it. You have been taught in school how to get this thing, and it's basically just like a subset of PE. Kind of an easy way to think of it is like driver's ed. When you become a sophomore, maybe junior, I forget when we learned driver's ed, but your PE class turns into driver's ed. you learn driver's ed, and so in this case, your PE class starts focusing on trainer studies, and you start getting into that, and so that's part of your PE courses. Is some of it's actual gym time, and some of it is trainer studies, and so you start going down that path. So at least in Sinnoh and Shenza, you get this idea where the kids are trained, they're raised, and they kind of expect that at 10 you can go, you can apply for your license, you can get started, and you can go off and you can do your thing, and that's how you go. Go for it, DCS. You have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll miss you.
Have a good night.
But we've only got like an hour left, so we're going to.
If you want lights on that ship, let me know, Antoinette.
He's gonna need them in the dark.
Yeah. Especially on the front part.
Are you docked somewhere, or are you just hanging out?
He's over near his rover. Painting.
Oh, that's you. What is that? Oh, it is. It's welders. It's sideways welders. It's like, what is that? So anyway, so that's kind of how those are done, and so it is much more of a elective, if you will, kind of thing. Not everybody goes. It's not for everybody. It's one of those things where like everybody kind of wants to. It's one of those things where like growing up, you're like, oh man, like you see it on the TV. It's just like here, where most little kids are like, they see like professional sports players, hockey players, football players, whatever, and they're like, I want to do that. That's what I want to do. I want to be a professional sports player. And they take the classes, and they take the sports and the stuff, and they try their best, and they see, and then as they get older, they're kind of like, whatever, I'm not going to do that, and they go do something different. Or your parents force you to. I know that's what I was done. My dad tried to get me into every possible sport he could think of. I played so many sports when I was young, none of it stuck. I hated all of it. And so I ended up not doing anything because I didn't care. So there was that. But that's kind of that's the process there. So yeah, you're absolutely right. And there are plenty of people that don't ever do that because, the world needs office workers. It needs people running the grocery store. It needs, people trucking, groceries. It needs, plumbers. It needs electricians. It needs all this kind of stuff. It needs people working the world. So how do you reconcile that with this mentality in the games and the anime of like, everyone leaves home at 10 and becomes, it's like, what? No, that's not right. But they do, a lot of them do, and they leave, and that's kind of what they choose to do in life. Now you can stay and you can continue your academic studies instead and kind of decide where you want to go and focus and then, go for another couple years and graduate, and then you can go out into the workforce, at 15 or 18. But yeah, that's that. Or you could stay for longer stuff. So like, Jemkin's doing his, medical biology master's kind of thing. You got Kira doing her, nursing program and stuff like that. And so that ends up being a bit longer than that's why they're in like, Kira's at 18, I think, and or maybe 17, I forget. And Jemkin's at 20. Actually, I can tell you exactly how old she is because I got Fantasia up right here.
But I have a question.
Oh yes, what is your?
So the
Oh.
drills are out on this arm, which has two, like, conveyor things.
Yes.
Are the two conveyors important? Like,
We had
two
this
are bigger than
conversation.
the other one?
Yeah, Lorenzo had this conversation with me.
Oh, sorry.
It was
Well,
originally a welder ship. I can take that off.
Why is everything purple?
I was showing
As usual.
Infinite his light radius.
Taking over.
Oh, that's a lot of light. That's a good amount of light. We like that.
You like the light.
Yeah.
What is not being welded? Anybody? Maybe it's, you know what? I bet the gun is taking reason. Probably. What are these? Just armor blocks?
Should we
Yeah,
use
these are
another one to like hold the front end and
Oh,
cut
I
out the
wonder.
blocks and then put weldy pads?
I am having a theory. Cobalt. Let me check. Cobalt deficit? We are not.
Yeah, we could try that.
Huh.
And we'll have to waste all the stuff.
The gun being welded? Can I get up there? Oh, I bet I
Let me go
can.
get my flyer.
Wait. The elevator. The elevator. And I want to see it in person, but this is gonna get me really. Oh no, it's not. I've got it. All right, let's see. Reverse.
You should be almost outside of the range.
I know, that's what I was thinking. I was worried, but I'm like, I got this. I'm good. Going up.
That's why I put a block out.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, it's too fast. Oof, that was close. Just rammed myself into the side of the ship. Bad. Alright, let's go. Now. Alright, let's see. That and. Oh, wait, no, actually, a little higher. I need to go. Wing and whee! Oh, I love it! I literally feel like I'm just like. Slarty part far. Okay. It's metal grids. That's what we're running low on. Actually, non-existent on. Maybe we're assembling the metal grids and it's taking a long time?
well, I'm most likely guessing we're out of cobalt.
We are not. I just looked at the screens.
Or iron again.
We're not iron either. No, both should have been in full capabilities here. Let's see. Cobalt.
Yeah.
Lots of cobalt. Yeah, we got plenty of cobalt. Let me see. Metal. Okay, we got nothing for metal grids. That's the problem. What are we looking at here? Missing items. Nickel? Nickel! We're out of nickel. That's our problem.
Down. Going down, G1.
Uh-oh. What's happening?
It's fine. It's not going down.
It's fine. It's fine. Whee! Oh, this is fantastic. I love this.
I'm so glad that that's being useful to us.
Are you getting low pad stuff or you want me to do it?
I'm getting low pad stuff.
Okay.
I love this. It's so perfect because it's a weld wall. Anything we're actively working on is right here. Like, there's no need to go any crazy way. Like, it's just like, I just forward and up and down. That's all I need. Like, that's perfect. It's so perfect. All right, so we're out of nickel, boys. Nickel boys. Nickel back. We can get some nickel
Fix
back.
it. This will be a great chance to use my new flying ship.
Oh, can I walk up this? Haha, I still can't. Beautiful. Ah, love it. Look at how cool that is. All right, I'm going to turn the welders off because right now they're not doing anything. Nice. Yeah, so the big gun, the 300 mil, he's done except for metal grid. So we just need nickel. That's all we need. The bubble. Nice.
Okay, let's see how this goes.
So I checked. Kira is 18. Imagine that. All right. Did you have anything else, Gmod?
To your right, to your right.
Oh, if you guys are focusing, you can focus.
Nice. We
One
did.
second, let me
Look at those steel
fix
cables. Look at
into
that.
the ship.
These are these absolute stiffest steel cables I've ever seen. Somehow they roll into a perfect roll when in this compression unit, but when extended, they are a perfectly stiff, unbreakable steel beam.
Nanocarbon fiber. Too,
Yeah,
or
like the
something.
electro nanocarbon fiber.
They harden in response to physical damage. or
Right.
something.
As they flex, the more they flex, the stiffer they get. So when you put a huge amount of weight on them, they're incredibly stiff and they don't go in. Awesome, I love it. That looks awesome. Look at that. We're going up to, we got the missiles already done. We're moving on to the first guns. Look at stairs. Not much. Oh well. Look, there's no more to go. It's just all that's left, but that's not true. But it's moving. Look at it. It's moving along. This is gonna. It's not gonna be today, obviously, but man, we are getting there. Just need that nickel. We could continue. Oh, good. And this elevator's gonna be something. Whoa. Now look. Chins. Yumad, your what is the skin that you used called? Do you remember? Is it sci-fi?
Mhm.
Yeah, your sci-fi armor is reflecting into the water, but it's huge. So I'm seeing these
Interesting.
traces, just like shimmering. Cool. All right, cool. So that's that. All right, so looking good. All right, so nickel. Yes, whenever we get the nickel, we can resume printing. Y'all didn't have any issues printing your ship, right? You had all the parts.
I think we're fine.
Yes, we are good. Okay, what do you think, Infinite?
Huh.
You were down to 58 blocks, so you have 1 block.
Looks good.
Oh, I'm in.
Energy
Oh, oops,
low.
energy low. Not cool.
Nice.
Get it. Look at it. Oh, it's actually painted purple. Not only is it illuminated purple, it's also painted purple. Very nice. It's like it matches your suit color perfectly. You're just part of the ship, part of the crew.
Yeah. This is platypus purple, by the way.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh.
Yeah.
We
And
need
he
to
has a-
record
still has
those
a seat.
values for posterity's sake.
Yep. 258, 100, 100.
258, 100, 100. You heard it here first, folks. Platypus purple. And for those that don't know, that's because his ship was Platypus Toasty. Hello. Tell you, I can't. Well, you just
have
you
some
ruined that
rest.
because you popped in to say you can't be here, but you are here because you popped in. It's catch-22, man. Yeah, that's all good. Thanks for stopping by. DC was our only one for hours, actually all night basically, and then they just left just a little while ago, around 10:40. Oh,
Yeah, we knew you meant Toasty. Go have some rest.
get some sleep. I do know what you. Yeah, go get some rest. Get some rest.
Work
Sleep
in real life
well.
is always important.
It is, well, that's debatable, but yes.
Well, it's important to get what you need to survive. So,
Yes.
at the moment,
Did you say work in real life though?
work and real life.
And real, yeah, yeah. So I was leaning more towards the work part. Debatable. Sometimes
Oh.
it's not that important. Sometimes it's just like, this is dumb. Why am I here?
Wish you luck, Infinite, on your first mining trip.
Yes. Good
You're
luck.
out.
He should be fine because like the whole center section moves, in one thing. So as long as he doesn't stretch over any end, I mean, he's flat
Yeah,
and will
if
be
he
flat.
wants, he could even, if he wants, he could even fly out to the nickel. I think.
Too toasty.
Pretty
Good
close.
idea. Oh yeah, you were gonna try that, Infinite, weren't you?
But I'm gonna try out the full system, which is drive
Gotcha.
over.
Whoa.
Yikes.
You're
Why is
Okay.
it doing such an angry
I
thing right
I'm
now.
hearing some clanging.
Gmod is angry. Why?
That I don't know. That's
What are
I didn't
you-
try
here,
and attach
let
it
me-
to rotors.
I
so-
detached
so-
it, and I'm gonna very gently reattach.
Let me take a look here, see if anything's touching. Okay. Then you attach.
Did you turn off your thrusters? Do you attach?
There he
At
goes.
that time.
He's good.
Okay.
Nice.
Your
Yeah.
ship was probably fighting.
Yeah, well, because he's got his
Connector.
rotors and everything. He's got wheel suspensions and rotors.
Also, when you connect that, you gotta turn off your gyros, otherwise they'll give you.
Oh, they'll mess with the section. He's not wrong.
Gyro. Oh, true.
You could set everything to just recharge,
yeah.
like you tend to do.
Right. So if I set the batteries to recharge,
That'll shut the whole thing down. Yep. Mhm.
the gyros
Well,
don't even.
Would
No.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
they're
will
red.
it detach the
No. The landing gear will stay.
No.
Yeah, he's still green.
mag plate?
Yeah,
This
the
is great.
backplate's fine. Yeah. Can you get back up there easy?
Yeah. Quite easy. Something looks broken.
You're getting cosmetic sparks. That's all.
Okay.
It's just
We don't mind those.
cosmetic sparks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Now-
the landing gear just like sparking on the passageway. That's all.
Totally fine. Okay. Can't see, but that's all right.
Oh no! Is it messing with your third-person view?
Yeah.
Oh
I think. We'll see. All right. Auto off. Parking brake off. Unlock drive.
There he goes. Oh, Gmod's jumped on the side. I got this.
Oh no, third person's fine.
Okay, beautiful. Good. Vroom,
The
and there he
nickel.
goes. Oh, wait, no, he's... Yes. Going to nickel, that's right, he's going in a different direction. And he's off. And you know what's interesting?
What's that?
I don't think that's much... If you can do something about that extra top layer of thrusters, you might even be able to have that on top of your ship when you drive into the supercarrier.
Yeah, Gmod. I think if we just took those and put them on the
On the sides, and made it wider instead of taller. Yeah.
it'd be okay, wider.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing because it's it clears the guns.
I didn't want to interfere with your wheelbase as long as that doesn't.
Yeah,
happen,
no, that's
yeah.
fine. I think that'll
Oh,
be
yeah.
fine.
I think it's gonna be totally fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the gun, like I said, it clears the top of the guns, but it also has some space on that.
Energy low.
Wait, does it? It might. Hold on, it might not.
Because I thought it was pretty close for the guns.
It is, but I'm pretty sure. I think I also have. Okay. I think I also have some pipes up there that might be in the way, but that's okay because we have the small hangar up front, so you could just detach, fly in, park, and pull the car in. So it's all good. It's all good. No worries. We thought ahead.
Could even land it on the deck.
Landed on the moon. Now the deck is not a safe place. I would rather us not park ships on the deck. I mean, we can if we want to, but when we're in a combat situation, I would rather there not be anything on the deck because it takes a stray shot. I cannot be held responsible.
I understand.
I'm sorry, you got hit by someone's cannons. I'm not shielded. I can't help you. I can't turn very fast. I can't do much of anything except move straight. So I'm sorry. All right. So nickel, and then we'll be good to keep going. And honestly, I mean, we're moving along. I mean, we've got the main bow. We've already got the first and the beginning of the second expansion. You know, hull widening. We're hitting the first gun, so the second gun is not far behind, and then it's conning tower, and then gun, and then back, and then you're done. So it's like we're like there, man. We're like there.
It's about half.
Yeah, Look at that. Look. Where's my? Yeah. Yeah, look at that. It's not half. It's less
It's
than
almost half.
Yeah.
It's like
I think when we hit the bridge, we'll be half. I think we need to get past
would
the
that
bridge.
be more than half?
No, because it goes back pretty far. It goes all the way back to here. I'm zoomed out pretty far on spectator cam, and I think the bridge is halfway, which makes sense because that's kind of where I meant to put it. So,
Okay.
yeah, I think the bridge is half, and then once you get past the bridge, you're on the downslope then, and once you get past to the bridge and start scooting beyond that, you've pretty much done everything of consequence. Like all the big stuff has already been done. The engines, the cargo, the gyros. The gyros, I think back in, there's batteries for the back, but a lot of batteries and stuff are up in them. So once you get past the bridge, you're going downhill.
Interesting for the projector, by the way. If you show only buildable, the gate in the back doesn't disappear.
Where is it?
On my screen, it's right over there.
Oh, I don't see it. It's not. It's not here for me.
I wonder if you toggle that, if you'll see it.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe.
But yeah, I see it right over there in the dirt.
Is that where is it? Toggle. Victor back.
Water wall back.
So number 4. Toggle block on off.
No, I toggled the show buildable.
Yeah, but that's not on here. It just go into the thing. Projector.
The show buildable.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not on your hotbar, so I'm going to.
That doesn't show up in the G menu, so.
It doesn't?
Not when I looked.
Huh. Increase scale, decrease scale, spawn projection, toggle block highlighting, enable block highlighting, disable block highlighting, start manual projection alignment. Increase pitch, decrease pitch, forward pitch. Oh yeah, look at that. Keep projection on off. Show HUD on off. Yeah, no, it's not there. Look at that. Crazy. I've never tried to put it on the hotbar. That's interesting.
It's one of those things like maybe they just don't.
All right, let's see. Show only buildable off. Show only buildable on. Yeah, I don't have a door. Right.
Okay.
I wish I did, but I don't have a door. I'm doorless.
That's happened through 2 reloads now.
That's
so.
fine. What's the harm?
Yeah.
We were supposed to have big old thunderstorms tonight, and there has been nothing. All right, Gmod, back to story. Anything else? I'm also interested quite a bit in grammar and spelling. I know there was, I believe, in the version I sent out to you guys, I believe there is one typo that I have identified. Oh my goodness, what was that? Oh, that wasn't infinite. Okay, there was an explosion on the mountain, and I thought for sure it was infinite. It was not.
Not me this time.
Okay, whew. Probably an unknown signal. It's dark, so an explosion up on the mountain was like this ball of fire. And I was like, oh no! But I glanced at the stream, and infinite's fine. Anyway, back to this.
So I'll have to look it over again because I didn't do spell check or anything on it. I just
No worries, it's
ran
fine.
from the PDF that you sent me.
Mhm.
But from what I could see, it all flowed smoothly, and it didn't this didn't make sense at that point in time.
It's great. It's good to hear. I know, if I remember right, I think I told you guys when my wife did the first review, she went through, and the only concern she really had was she didn't know Jemkin's Pokemon was a Cyndaquil until much later when, Rowan specifically said it. And I was like, well, how did you not know? And she was like, well, because I read this little light description. You never specified. You just said this, and it could be anything. And I was like,
there was a lot of stuff that seemed like it was added on after the fact, because, you said names a lot more than the descriptions of stuff.
oh yeah.
except for the wild Pokemon.
Uh-huh.
Like any ones that were pre-named or
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, I did.
people,
Yep.
like I don't know. It just seems like a lot was left out for the next chapter, or it wasn't. Like you didn't go into the prology or
So, like, because you mentioned that before, what do you mean? But like, would you have an idea of what you mean? Like what is an example of something that you feel was left out?
like for an example I would have is, why is he taking the professor exam in the first place? Why did he explore this exact Pokemon? What exactly was his conditions to actually pass? Like, we only get at the end of his test, almost basically saying, "Oh, his test subject is actually getting attacked, and I'm gonna fail probably because he's dead." So he saves him, and then yeah, that all happens, but it seems like there's no real background, but like Ash Ketchum didn't start with a background very much either.
That is true. Although I
And they
would
just
prefer
keep
not to be
adding
compared
on
to Ash
stuff.
Ketchum.
I know, I'm just using that as the biggest example.
I got you.
They keep adding on story after story for everything.
Yeah, no, I got you. So what I would argue back, and argue is a strong word, I'm just using that as a phrase, is it is chapter 1. So like you're saying, maybe there's more to be said, and there is. But additionally, I don't want to lore dump. I don't want to scenario dump. I want to let it flow and let it happen. And so some of the stuff, like you said,
that's why I was thinking the prology. Like, if people want to read that for like small backgrounds, a little bit more background, it doesn't have to be a huge lore dump, like you said. But even when, like, oh, this guy, instead of going to trainer school, he wants to be a professor, or the example, he has a Cyndaquil. When he first came out, I didn't know he was a Cyndaquil either until you specified after.
Correct, but it was like it was like
Yeah,
2 lines later, something like that. Yeah,
it.
it's pretty quick. Yeah.
Yeah, you specified it real quick, but it's like.
And for context, since you've read it, originally it wasn't, the name was not called out because he calls him Kai. It's a totally different thing. It does not specify the species until he's talking to Rowan, and Rowan specifically says, like, you have your Cyndaquil. And so that's when my wife was like, oh, I had no idea that was a Cyndaquil. And I was like, what? How could you not? She's like, well, and when we talked about it, she was like, oh, yeah, no, I guess that makes sense. But it didn't cross her mind at first. So for me, I was like, all right, this needs to be mentioned much earlier, and it is like a few lines after he comes out. Like, okay, there we go. We got, we know exactly what he is.
Or like the castle, like they were heading to. It didn't strike me as an academy, even though it was specified as such. Like some basic info why that's an academy, or I don't know. I mean. I'm used to getting some background information at the beginning of the story just to catch me up, just in case, but I know some stories have they come out with that stuff later on.
Yep.
So that's why I didn't say it's terrible. It's just
no, that would have been your description though. Based on what I've seen, terrible.
Well, if you basically skip a lot of the details that people you think should know, but then 3 chapters in, we still haven't learned why this guy is even at the academy, or why this academy even exists in the first place. Like we have trainer schools, we have gyms, we have a ton of stuff that has been shown in the anime or the show, so that anyone that's a fan of the show can probably know that. probably know that there's a Professor School somewhere out there, even though it hasn't been mentioned. That I know of. I mean, in the newer series they might have mentioned it. But someone coming in with no knowledge, a lot of that, I don't know, it seems like it needs someone to be sort of a fan of the series.
See, and the problem with that, the problem with that is that, like, and I've mentioned this before, I have debated, and I debated making this not a Pokemon story. And the funny thing about it all is that it wouldn't be that hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, you've left out enough details that it could be a wholly different.
Well, and that's the kind of thing is that it kind of
could be.
Yeah, it kind of is, and that's the thing is like I do need it to put together. I mean, because it technically does take place in that world, but that world is my world. It's not the established. You know, there's so much difference between my world and what has been established that we are on the border of like, dude, this could be not a Pokemon story, and it would still work just fine because it's not. Yes, we are following some trainers. Yes, it is significant. Yes, I think, but you know what? Honestly, it could just be like a fantasy adventure story. Like, I mean, it could go a different route. But so what I'm trying to say with that is that like you said, like, oh, well, we've seen this.
To the magnesium base with me, or
oh yeah, sure. Like you said, you know, we've seen trainer schools in the anime. Oh, we've seen this in the anime. We've seen this in the anime, and I'm like, yes, we have. However, it's not really, and like you said, like, oh, you know, it really looks like you should be like a fan, be able to really fully understand, you know, what we're looking at because of, you know, lack of detail, things like that. It's all, I'm almost like setting up a world that no one is familiar with, because while you may seem to be familiar with it because you're like, oh, I know Pokemon's kind of thing, it's really not. And I think if you do have a fan, the minute that they see my map, they'll be like, oh, no, this isn't like what I know at all. Like, this is a little different, at least from this aspect. Maybe there's more that's different too, and maybe they'll lean in there. For somebody who doesn't know anything about it, they'll just look and be like, oh, interesting. How this is all new. I don't know anything anyway. So it's all good.
On the other hand, is like you'll get hardcore fans like, no, you're getting this wrong.
Well, and that's the problem is, you know what's funny? You want to know something funny? There is so much speculation with certain things. So, like, obviously, like the Poke world, you know, the Pokemon world. We are already in a position where they have never released a complete world map because they don't want to, because then they're limited and then they have to make things work together, and they don't want to do that. So they've never done that. So people,
and it's like the Zelda timeline. It's like,
yeah,
people are gonna argue over that.
Yeah,
for like
and people do. And Pokemon has some of the hottest debated lore. Not in of all time, but like there's so much of it, and for so long. I mean, it's 30 years of lore that they've been building, and some of it contradicts itself, some doesn't. You know, they retcon things all that. It's crazy. And so because of that, what you end up with is there are Pokemon scholars that will sit around and they will just discuss things constantly. Well, this is this, or this is what I think the world is, and all this stuff. And every time I see somebody come up with an idea or say something, I'm like, nope, not in my world. And my world is not the de facto Pokemon world. Like, I know this, and I understand this, but, like, for me, I'm just like, no, that's not right. That's not, like, in my head, obviously I'm not telling people they're dumb and it's not right, but in my head, they're like, yeah, I think, like, Unova should be over here near Sin. I'm like, heck no! That's so wrong! And, it's, you know, there's no reason for me to say otherwise. I mean, but, because I'm not, you know, it's not like I know something nobody else knows, but it's, they'll say something like that, or they'll be like, oh, well, you know, there's multiple, Dialga and Palkia, because they're really just avatars of this. I'm like, you're almost right. But it's all because of my own lore that I've created that's different than established Pokemon lore. And so, in some cases. And so for me, like, I'm in that exact opposite world where you're like,
building your own world.
I am, and that's why it's so close to, I'm just like, I have stopped so many times, just sat there and been like, should this not be Pokemon Story? Because first off, I know this is stupid to think about, but like, I can't publish and or monetize this in any way because it's Pokemon. Just, I can't do it. But
Even if you rename it to something else.
well, but because all the things, I mean, like, I can't be like, and there was a yellow mouse that had electric affinities and red cheeks, and it's like, yeah, that's a Pikachu. No, it's distinctly different Pikachu. Legally distinct Pikachu. I can't, you can't do that. So in the case of, what we're doing, it's like, unless I stop and say, go a different route, I can't do that. But I'm at this point where technically I could go a different route, and I could separate myself, and I could just write a novel. And so it's oh dear, that was not good. And so I'm borderline where I'm like, I could, but I'm not, because I'm just like, I'm there's so much crossover and so much connection. I want it. It's been a Pokemon Story from day one. I feel like it should be. Man, that's a lot of it. And so I don't want to, but I'm sitting there, I'm like, if I want a future for this thing, maybe it should just be a unique piece of literature. But I don't know. I want to, and then I don't want to.
Whatever you choose to decide, if you make it different enough and you try and retcon it, it's going to be harder for you later on.
Yeah, no, you're right. Well, the problem is, as you're kind of aware, I've flippin' revised this story so many times that, the original, which I've gone back and read and is absolutely terrible. The original from 2010 is just garbage, just absolute garbage. But the next revision, the 2016 version, is good, and there's like 18, 20 chapters. But I started changing my style, and then I was like, I'm gonna start over. So I've started over now again to an extent. It's a completely different one, and this one is so different. Like, the first one was literally just like fan service. It was Pokemon fan service. That's all it was. And then in the guise of a fan fiction. And then the second one for 2016 was more unique, more my own, with my own characters and stuff like that. It was good. It's good. I liked it. It was good. I saw that it was good. This one is just so dang unique and almost removed entirely from established lore. Almost. It's not, but it almost is. Like, I could pull back some threads, I could change some stuff, I could alter some details, and boom, different world. I don't know. I'm on that edge. I'm just like, man. But like you were saying, what we started this bit here was, you were saying, oh, you're gonna have, hardcore fans that are gonna read, be like, well, that's not right, that's not this, that doesn't make sense. It's almost the opposite, because where I'm like, well, mine is the established canon here, you're all wrong, kind of thing. And so you don't want to run into that either, obviously. As far as your notes about stuff being left out and whatnot, I'm with you. I do agree in some places that things are different, and that's kind of what I'm working on, because I used to, and you would notice this if you read the previous one that Infinite has read in the past. It was very detail heavy, in the sense of, I just explained like everything. I was like, oh, and this is why, and here's this, oh, and this is why, and here's this, and oh, this is why, and there was just a lot of explanation, and I don't really want to do that this time. I kind of want to kind of explain as you go, kind of thing, and just kind of make things make sense as you go, not stretch too far, obviously. Like you said, like, oh, well, 3 chapters later we still have, I don't want to go that far, but I didn't want to, like, I was sitting down and debating over you know, some of Jemkin's characteristics of like, okay, at what point should I say what color hair he has? At what point maybe we should focus on his eyes? You know, like things like that. And I was like, where do these things fit in? And I really haven't done much about that yet. There's been a couple things here and there, but for the most part, I haven't been like, and Jemkin, a young boy of this age with this features, and he's this and that, and he's got, you know, some stubble, and, you know, like, I didn't go into any of that. Like, it was just, you were in the moment with him doing a thing, and the focus was on the environment. The focus was on what was going on, and you were there with him, but your mind just kind of fills in the blanks at the time, because you don't really know what he looks like, you know. But as time goes on, you kind of mention a thing here or there, and you kind of put a picture together, like, oh, okay, I kind of got it. Plus, we got illustrations. I haven't shared any of those with you, obviously, but, you know, we've got illustrations. You can help work it out. Something I've noticed is that, you know, when you're talking about, like light novels and stuff, like when you talk about, like, anime light novels, they will have sections in the front with character illustrations. It's be like, hey, here's the main characters you're going to run into, you know? You haven't met them yet because you haven't started the book yet. But hey, here's some illustrations so you kind of know what they look like when you come along. And that's kind of what I'm intending to do, along with maps and things like that. Will be kind of in the front and in the back and things like that. So that'll help a little bit, kind of fill in some of those holes of like, oh, okay, well, you know, oh, this is what the person looks like. That way you don't have to describe it. You just go straight into it. And it's like, okay, I got it, you know. And maybe you can hint at things like, oh, yeah, you know, he, you know, brushed back his brown hair or something like that. And it's like, oh, it works out, you know, like, okay, we've got that. Like, oh, yeah, brown hair, of course, yes, I remember. And things like that. As far as the Academy is concerned, I will go back and I'll review over that and kind of see what the story is there. This again, why I would really like, you know, Infinite's input as well, because I want, you know, more and more people to be reading it so that I can get more and more feedback. Because, you know, oh, that was awesome, you know, oh, I love this. That's great. I love it. Thank you so much. You know, thanks for telling me that. And I get something better out of you know, because that's what I've had with some people that have read it, and they're like, oh, it's, you know, my wife was really good. She's like, oh, here's these points. I'm like, perfect, awesome. But you have some other people read it, and they're like, oh, I love this part. This was really great. I'm like, great. What didn't work? What was a stumbling part? And they're just like, well, no, everything was great. I'm like, ah. So, you know, I want that. I want the, oh, well, this, you know, this was something to focus on.
I don't like saying this, but it's like, it sounded like almost like a half-written prology, where it's like, oh, we're starting out with this character, here's some big background. In some ways it felt like a chapter 1, but some ways it didn't.
Interesting.
I don't know how to explain it better than that, but it's like...
Okay.
I gotta get going,
maybe...
unfortunately, guys. But I will see you later.
Oh, all right. See you, Infinite.
Yep.
Have a good
Later.
day.
And I'll read that when I get a chance.
Yeah, sure.
Did your ship work?
Yep,
Hopefully?
it's great.
Yeah, it looks like he's back at base, so I'm guessing he... Oh, well, I guess it might have blown up. We might have never known.
Hope it's all good.
Awesome. Great.
Okay.
Later.
See you.
Bye.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll go back over it with another comb and kind of see what we're looking at. Because obviously, I'm, and I've mentioned this before. I've lived with the characters in different forms, obviously, because this is all brand new here. But I've lived with these characters. I've lived with this parts of this world. I've lived with this stuff for so long that I take things for granted. Where I'm like, oh, this is, of course, this is this character. Of course, this is how these things work. Duh. And that's kind of the thought process where, like, my wife was talking about the Cyndaquil. It's like, well, I know. So I give a light description and just assume that everyone's going to narrow in on that. But no, there's no reason why they would. It's I know because I've been part of this world for decades, but nobody else has. They don't know. And so it's like, oh, well, you need to put that up earlier. You need to focus on. Oh, okay, cool. You point that out. But that's interesting. That's interesting because nobody's really said that. I've had about 5-6 people read it. Five people read it, and nobody's ever mentioned that. Nobody's been like, oh my gosh, it's so lacking in everything that it just feels like a prologue. That's what you said, right? A prologue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just out. I've been so out of Pokemon for so long that
Well, that's the thing is don't look at it as a Pokemon story. Look at it as just a story.
Or you might, I might take another look at it now that you say it's a different world entirely.
And that's kind of the thing is that it's not like you're. So for instance, I'm trying to remember exactly what in chapter 1 we talk about, like Lake Verity. Lake Verity is a place. It exists in Sinnoh. It's on the map in Pokemon. It's there. It's a place. It's just there. But the Academy is not a place. It doesn't exist. Verity Academy does not exist. Verity Castle does not exist.
That's what I was thinking. I was pretty sure I'd never heard of that.
Yeah, they don't. They don't exist. The area around it, Verity Lakefront, that's a place, but it's not nearly as... And one of the things to remember, too, on top of this is my world is much bigger than the world that we see in... Uh-oh, your ship just shut down. And then with the world that we see in the games, or even in kind of in the anime. The anime does expand it a little bit, but my world is much bigger. It's much bigger. And so when you have an area like for instance, Sandgem Town, that's a great one. Sandgem Town in the games is like 3 houses, maybe, and it just kind of sits there, and it's just kind of a little place. Twin Leaf, like 2 houses and another building or something like that. Obviously, that's not what they look like. That makes no sense. How in the world could you have a town that's 2 houses? That's dumb. So instead, you've got Twin Leaf is big. It's a big town. There's just like lots of stuff. Sandgem, same thing. Sandgem is actually borderline city. It's very large. It's a big port city, on that side of Sinnoh, because if you look at it, it's like, oh, it's up next to a beach. Well, the games and the anime never said it was that, but if you look at kind of where it maps to in Japan and kind of where it looks like it would fit on Sinnoh, like it should be much more significant than it is. And so it's a much larger area, much bigger space. And so there's distances, and I have like all that written down. I've got all the distances from place to place. It's like I know that, oh, if Jemkin's going to bike from, Verity Academy down to Sandgem, it's an hour, an hour and a half, to get down there because it's this many kilometers, and he's biking this, like I know all this stuff because I've mapped it all out, and I'm like, okay, this is how far away everything is, how big everything is, this is how it goes. And so you end up in a much bigger world than is portrayed in the games. And the anime is tricky because the anime, on the one hand, will go through the same like towns and cities as the game does, but then it adds a whole bunch more to kind of fill in the idea that it's a lot bigger than it actually is. So yeah, there's that. So, but yeah, I just that's kind of the. Oh man, of course I jump off right when he's like, "Let's go." That's kind of the screen to look at it through is not. Oh, this is a Pokemon fanfiction. It's like based on the games, or oh, this is a Pokemon fanfiction based on the show. Don't think about it that at all. Look at it through the lens of this is a fantasy novel, and it just happens to have some Pokemon elements to it. If you don't know, what a Pokemon is, it doesn't matter. We describe it a little bit, we kind of get the idea. It's fine. Like when I was talking about like the Burmy and stuff like that. The Burmy is just they're like big bagworms. Beyond that, there's really not much to know about them. They have a little leafy cloak on them that they make that they spin together with the silk, and they hang from trees like a bagworm. Okay, cool, no problem. End of the story. Like that's all they are. There's nothing special. I used to go into detail of like, oh, and they, they've got a gray face that can look out from the cloak, and the different cloaks based on the area. And like none of that doesn't matter. It's not important. What's important is they're a huge ass bagworm, and Scroopy's eating them, and that's all that matters. It's kind of like, how you would write your own thing of just being like, hey, this bird was preying on a caterpillar. And you're like, well, okay, I understand that. That makes perfect sense. I don't need to know anything more than that. Bird's probably pecking at it, most likely. And so you're going to get a lot more of that from my stuff than you are like, and the Pidgey descended and used peck to attack the caterpillar. Like, nope, none of that's important. It's a bird. It's doing its thing.
Okay.
So maybe that helps, maybe it doesn't, maybe it makes it worse, who knows. I just, the part that's interesting to me, and I'm taking your criticisms and I'm saying, and I'm like writing them, I'm like, all right, cool, okay, interesting, let me go back through this, let me look at this. It's just, your criticisms are so different from everything else that I've heard from others, and I've been getting some good criticism from people. I'm wondering if maybe there's just a disconnect versus something's just way off base, you know. So that's all. That's just, I was just surprised to hear that. I was like, oh, that's all. But thanks, I appreciate that.
Yeah, sorry it took so long.
No.
Really,
It also sounds like maybe like the thing with the professor where you were like, oh, and he said, present company not included. Well, that's not the case at all. He said included. So
yeah.
there also might be some bits that maybe you didn't grasp. Maybe you misread or something like that, and so maybe some things are missing that maybe weren't. Because you're like, this doesn't make any sense. What's this mean? But it actually said the opposite of what you thought it said. So maybe there's some of that too, possibly. Maybe.
Yeah, I might have to go back over it one or two more times. Just to
Yeah,
make
no,
sure.
don't worry. Take your time. I mean, I was just trying to get you guys to read, because I was like I said last week. I'm working on chapter 2, and I've actually started digging back into it a bit and trying to really get chapter 2, moving. But I especially at the very beginning, I was taking a break. I was like, okay, 3 months to finish chapter 1. I'm done. Let's wait. Let's have people read that need to read. Whoa.
What?
Are we okay?
I don't know.
What happened?
It's barely lifting, and I don't know why.
That was weird.
Yeah.
Huh. It looks like you're
Hey.
flying okay now. Huh, that was weird. Uh-oh. Okay. It's intentional. It looked like we were starting to dip again. I was like, oh no. Okay. But yeah, so I was trying to take a break and just be like, okay, I'll wait for them to read, and I'll get it out to other people and have them read, and I'll be able to kind of like sift through the notes, and then I'll wait. I didn't want to like suddenly jump into doing chapter 2 if I needed to do some serious rewrites. I want to.
I honestly did not know until you mentioned it that it was 3 months. That's
Yeah.
how fast days are passing for me right now.
Everybody's so
with
busy.
Work and everything.
Everybody's so busy. It is just, I don't know what the deal is. It is, everybody's busy. I mean, me included. I mean, it's just.
Bonk. Okay.
Was that a safe bonk, or did I see? Okay, yeah, it's a safe
That
bonk.
seemed
Okay.
like a safe bonk.
I thought I saw scrap, but I think it was just dirt. Okay, there you go. You're connected. Okay. Whee! Okay, we're back. Nice.
I suppose like 400k in iron and a ton of gravel and
I saw the weight. I was like, because I looked, I was like, okay, yeah, that's heavy, but I'm sure he's built this thing to handle it.
yeah, I mean I've been full before in my testing world, but
Oh, we are here now. Nickel, 49.1k. We're to wait.
and you still got 28k in.
How did we get 49k nickel ingots? Oh, Infinite brought some back.
And
That's
also
right.
from the also from the magnesium base when it refines the stone.
Well, but what I'm saying is that it's already in our inventory, the 49.4k nickel. I was like, what?
What I mean is, the stuff that's refined over there is already, like, I have 28 right now in my cargo. 28k.
Oh, and we got okay, there we go. That's why it's still away, because I turned the wheel.
That just came from the magnesium base.
That's perfect. Oh, because it's already refined. Oh, right. Right. You're right. I was trying to think that through. I was like, well, that doesn't make any sense, but that makes perfect sense. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, let's build that all up. Beautiful. Okay, great. I was wondering where it came from, and then it hit me that Infinite went to go get the magnesium, or the nickel. I was like, oh, yes, of course. All right, cool. So the welders are off. Oh, and the gun is done. Done gun. All right, let's see. Toggle welders off. Move him out. Yes, keep jiggling. Wait. You got this, my friend. Oh. There it goes. Okay. Oh, he's thinking about that. Oh, just Water wall, forward pull. Off. On. There you go. Oh, wait, no, he's working on it. He's having a struggle here. This pulley is having a struggle. There we go. We got this. Go ahead and pretty close here. Ooh, good. I almost got thrown off of there. Go, and do I have any? Nope, I lost it. How much is in one of these? 100. Oh, well, that's my problem. I keep bringing only 100. That's my problem.
Yeah, we have 15.2 magnesium, 15.2K.
Cool. I keep bringing 100 steel plate, and each of these engines takes 100 steel plate, so I build one of them and then can't build the other one. I'm not thinking. Alright, here we go. And yoink, and yoink. Whoa!
I mean, maybe there's a background chapter that people can read optionally with, like, information if you don't want to do a prologue.
Yeah, I think
I
I need to think about
But
it. I need to go
at the
through.
end of the day, it's your story, and it's up to you how you want to
Yeah,
do it. So.
I'm trying. So I'll tell you, I'm trying. The whole thing here is I'm trying. That. I got those engines. He's jiggling a lot now, and he's not really taking him forever to. Trying, but he's like shaking so much that he doesn't move. Every once in a while he'll start like just moving smoothly, and then he'll start shaking again, jiggling. Goes scooting. He's scooting. Up, first, up, and welder's on. What does take a minute? I remember this, but it does get them. Oh goodness, what are you welding here? Oh! Glass maybe? There it is. Okay, beautiful. They're done. Alright, now let's go ahead and scooch it forward. Go! Alright, how about... Oh, no, 2. There it goes. That should be... Yes, there it goes! Ah! Slice. Okay, that go. Anyway, yeah, so when I first... like I said, when I first started writing this thing, it's garbage. It's so bad. That was my style. I wasn't experienced in writing. It was terrible. Second round, much better. And actually, I still really like it. I think it's really well. And the funny thing is, as the story progressed and I got further and further in chapters, I got more into a voice and more into a groove, and I ended up writing better. This go around, I'm completely changing up how I write. And that's kind of the thing for me, where I'm like, all right, get this right here, get this good. But the idea is I'm trying to write much more professionally than how I used to, and so I'm looking at things like a lot of the fantasy novels that I used to read, Lord of the Rings, Dune, Wheel of Time, things like that, and try to look at how things were written, how things were introduced, how things were this, how ideas were done. And I'm talking to ChatGPT a lot about some of this stuff, and be like, okay, like comparing these, different, styles, how was this done? How was this done? Did people use this? Did maybe they use this? What about this kind of style? How are these things done? And you're getting a lot of, insight onto stuff like that. And I'm trying things out that are very different from how I used to write. And I like how this is going. I feel like it's got a lot more oomph to it, if you will, than how I used to write. And I don't like, the whole show versus tell thing. That was always something that we were always told in school, and it's like, always show versus tell. Don't explain, just have them experience it. That's an English teacher, if you couldn't pick up on that. And that's how they all sound. And the idea is, always, show it. Don't just explain it. Show it. Have it be experienced. And I was like, oh, okay. And so I'm trying to do that a whole lot more. I tried to do that before, and I thought I did a good job, but in reality, this is what it is. So I'm trying to do that a whole lot more, where I'm like, okay, instead of saying, oh, he turned the corner and there was the castle, and guess what? This castle was an academy, and the academy was for this, and this is why it existed, and this is when it was created, and which I did in the previous drafts. Like the previous drafts, while this is cooking, let me pull that up real quick, and I will real quick. So in the old 2016, I call it the 2016 vintage. Let's see. Oh man, that's white. Oh, that's bright. Okay. It does. It's bright. I don't like that. There is no dark mode in Google Docs natively on the web. There is in mobile, but on desktop,
and there's a Chrome flag you can turn on for dark mode.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. That natively there isn't, but you can. There's extensions, and there's also a flag that you can tweak. But yeah, it doesn't exist, and I'm like, why doesn't it exist? Word has a dark mode, but Google Docs doesn't have a dark mode. Are you kidding me? Let me see. Is this one still called? Is it called Verity? Okay, it is. Let's see. Yeah, so here's a section. This was on page 5 of 26 for chapter 1 of the old story. So we start the story in the academy instead of outside doing something different. It's Jemkin and Cam. They meet up after class and they start talking, and just kind of immediately kind of flows into they're gonna leave. Jemkin's like, yeah, let's do it, and it was actually the opposite direction. Whereas before, Cam wasn't interested. Cam wanted to stay. Jemkin wanted to go, and so he kept bugging him about going. And so after several years, finally, he was like, yeah, okay, let's go. And so they're like, all right. And he was able to leverage something and move it along. And so down the way, he's leaving the academy. The first time we get to see the academy, outside of being inside of it. And it says outside of the building, the noonday sun reflection on the beautiful Lake Verity caused the crest of every wave to glow, shining and sparkling in a watery dance. The warm light fell on the cold stone of the castle. A Sandgem Academy was just that, a castle. One of 3 similar structures spread across Sinnoh, Sandgem Academy had once been known as Verity Castle, home of the royal family of Sinnoh. Set high on an island in the center of Lake Verity, Verity Castle had been the perfect strategic location during wartime, just like its sister castles, Acuity Castle and Valor Castle. Several years after the war, however, the royal family abandoned the castle as memories of King Septimus in favor of Caesar Island, east coast of Sinnoh, leaving Verity's grand towers and elegant giant grounds to be claimed by time. After the age of kings and kingdoms had passed, the old castle had been used for various purposes, finally being converted to 3 prestigious academies for Sinnoh's youth. So that is a paragraph that is its only purpose is to describe the history of Verity Academy and the building, which at the time was called Sandgem Academy, and like why it exists, what its thought process, like why it's there, and all that jazz. On the one hand, great lore, fantastic, love it, it's great. On the other hand, that's a paragraph that for the most part inserts itself into the flow of stuff. It's at an okay point because you're in a transition period, and it's like, okay, we've just finished this scene, we're moving to another scene, and in between, let's talk about this. So like that kind of works, but I don't like, in hindsight, I don't like how that reads. I don't like all that dump of data. I just don't like it. Now could that be kind of like trimmed and insert? Maybe, but I preferred, like, something, for instance, and now that Infinite's gone, we could discuss. the line about he came around the corner, yada yada, he's coming down the hill, and he sees a fractured era castle, perfectly sees it. I do not say what that is. What is the fractured era? We don't know. Who? What? Nobody knows. It's a question. But it's one of those things where it is said in passing. It's a detail. The hope is that capitalizing fractured, capitalizing era, hyphenating it, lets the reader know, okay, this is clearly a point in time. Fractured era. Okay, well, what is that? We don't know, but it makes sense that it's like the medieval period, or prehistory, something like that, where it makes. What in the world are those blocks? What are those?
I don't know.
What are you doing? They're engines. Oh, it didn't fit. Oh, it started welding one of the engines, but didn't do the other one. And these are the last ones. Interesting. Okay, if we pull back, I can do that. I can fix that. Okay. If we turn off the welders and pull back, I can fix that. With the magic of the great glass elevator.
Indeed.
On this. Okay. So anyway, so it's, oh man, it is you have built a lot of useful devices since we've been playing together. But I will tell you that I think this is probably the most useful thing you have ever built. It is incredible, just how incredibly, and I know it's very specific.
Oh, by the way, there's an interface here now.
Oh, yeah, beautiful. I didn't even. All right, are we in a good spot? I think we're in a good spot. Let's go. Uh-oh. Wall? Nope. Ha ha ha.
I thought I lined that up, so.
Yep, you sure did. Okay. Oh wait. Oops. I missed. There we go. Let me up a little bit. No. Can I reach that?
I love seeing this move over here. Just
We're gonna. Here we go, and love it. Love it. Look at this. Okay, where I'm missing some. So let me torch this, and I'll just take literally. That's right there. So anyway, so the fracture ear thing. So that was 100% on purpose. Now, I don't know if you had an issue with that, but the idea there being, it is not mentioned what that is. It is an in-world time, era, and that's it. That is the extent of what you need to know in the moment. The expectation. Whee! I love this thing. The expectation is that you put the pieces together, and you're like, okay, as a reader, you sit there and you're like, all right, fractured era. It's an era. Okay, it makes logical sense. This is probably some time frame. I don't know what it is, but clearly there's a reason we haven't been told yet. It's fine. We move along. Oh, you know what? I could probably. No, I can't from here. Okay, that's fine. I thought I could maybe reach the interface from the elevator, but I can't.
I can maybe move it forward.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't push yourself. I was thinking for a minute. I was like, I could probably reach this. And stop. And.
Yeah, like I said, if it's intentional, it's going to be in later chapters. I have no problem with how the chapter ends.
The problem is you don't. Oh, okay. I locked up there for a second. The problem is you don't know until you know. So having you edit, because like if you sit down with a book, you kind of don't have a choice. The book is written. It's done. You don't really have an option. If the author hasn't told you something, they haven't told you something, and okay, whatever. Here you're reading something that hasn't been completely set in stone, and you only have a chapter to read. So from your point of view, you're like, yeah, I don't know what's coming. There's no way to know. So, how would I know if this is explained later or not? I have no idea. From what I understand in this one moment in time, this is where I'm at, and I get that, and I totally understand that, because like I have most, if not all, of the story in my head. So I have knowledge that people don't have. You know, if you sit down and read chapter 1, that's all you have. I have chapter 2, 3, 4, 5. I have tons of stuff in my head of what is going to happen, where things are going, what's important, what's not important, what things mean, what they don't mean, and so on and so forth. Look at the 2 pipes sticking up. It looks so cool. It literally looks like a slice of a ship. I love this. I love this whole thing. It's fantastic. So, you know, for me, I have insider knowledge that you guys don't have. So when you sit down and you read a chapter and you're like, yeah, this doesn't, is this just an open plot hole? Like, what's the story here? I can be like, oh, well, blah, 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 blah. But you can't, there's no way for you to discover that. You're not reading chapter 2 and then 3 and then 4 and figuring things out. There's no glossary for you. There's no, you know, table of contents. There's just nothing. You're this one slice in time. Kind of like this boat. A single slice in time. So I get that, you know, 100%. I understand. So I have to consider that while also considering exactly what you said too, which is, hey, this could be better explained, or this could be this. So anyway, like I was saying, that example of like the fractured ear, like that, 100% intentional. You know, that is the expectation is that the reader is smart enough to read that and say, oh, this is clearly some era, some point in time. Like, you know, an easy explanation is like the medieval period, or, you know, the age of exploration, or, you know, things like that in our world, and make the connection. And that's it. That's all. That's, you know, there's nothing else to it, because maybe it'll be explained later, maybe it won't. Maybe there's a glossary that explains these things, maybe there isn't, you know. But the idea is that that's not important, but it is in my view, it is a tool to pull the reader and say, you are in a different world. That world exists and has life. It is not your world, it is a different world. But just as with anything, you're not going to get a rule book from the beginning that says, oh, and here's everything you need to know about everything. Like, you're being dropped into this world, and you are moving along with these characters that live in this world, and you're seeing the world as it exists. It's not being set up on a platter for you. It's, you're in it and see how things unfold, kind of idea. And that's kind of where I was going with it. Again, just like you said, you know, you could have been like, well, I could be way off base. I could be the exact same thing. I could be just completely implementing this in the wrong way. But that's why we look at things. That's why we review things. That's why we see.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just me.
Uh-huh.
I really don't. But it just, the chapter kind of felt like, oh, this is this person. We're seeing over his shoulder, seeing what his day's like. But why? How did he get here? And it just seemed to drop you farther into his story than...
Wouldn't you want development on that, though? I mean, do you want that just handed to you from minute one?
No, I'm not saying you
Okay.
go into his whole backstory, but it's like, why is this person important? Or like, why are we calling them specifically? Or why is he trying to be a professor? It's there's a lot of questions that could be answered in later chapters,
Mhm.
but some again, maybe it's just me, but some readers might be put off by the fact that, okay, this doesn't seem like, I know you said it's a fantasy world, but with its ties to Pokemon, some people might say, oh, well, this doesn't match up with what I know, or this, in the case of people that don't even know Pokemon, it's like, do I need pre-knowledge? Like, does this match up with what the world is, or...
Well, and that's why I'm pretty sure I don't use the word Pokemon until much later. I think Pokeball might be the first. Yeah, I think it's when when you get to
really
the
didn't. So.
clinic, yeah, when you get to the clinic, I think Kira mentions Pokeball for the first time. Yeah, literally the first instance is page 8, is when Pokeball is mentioned, and Pokemon is not mentioned until page 9, the next page down. So the idea is, and I think I had somebody read it who was like, oh, like I didn't even realize it was a Pokemon story until I got to that point, until he pulled out like the ball, because like the red and white ball is like so like iconic. People are like, oh, I know what that is, and kind of how it works, kind of idea. So because it could just be a fishing bobber, who knows? But the idea is that people clearly figured out what it was. So I had one person who specifically was like, hey, I didn't even realize, and I had mentioned to them specifically, so I guess it had been long enough that they forgot. But they're like, I didn't even realize it was a Pokemon story until like he pulled the ball out of his bag and was like, and used it. And I was like, oh wow, like that's interesting. But they were still like, I'm gonna use the word captivated, probably not a good word to use, but they were still interested in the story and how it was going, and like, oh, this is cool, like, okay, yeah. But then the two worlds kind of meshed. It was like, oh, I thought this was just a fantasy story, but it turns out like there's Pokemon elements to it. Oh, interesting. And then they kind of continued down that path. And I kind of did that on purpose. I don't like, clearly, Pokemon, as time has gone on, and even in Gen 1, was very much a franchise of itself, where you've got Pokemon, you have Pokeballs, you have the Poke Flute, have Poke, centers. You have all these things that use like the word Poke in it, because that's the name of the franchise, so that's what we're gonna do. I don't like that. I don't think that's the way that a world would have existed doing that. Maybe down the line, somebody would have, trademarked a name, but the idea was that, Pokemon was a shortening for Pocket Monsters. Okay, cool. Well, how did they end up Pocket Monsters? Oh, well, because they were in Pokeballs. The balls are small, and in Japanese it's called a Monster Ball. So okay, I can follow that. But the idea is that these would have just been creatures, magical creatures, animals that live in the world. Like, it's not, the word Pokemon wouldn't have come into use for a long time, if ever, because Pokeballs had to be created for them to even be considered pocket monsters, kind of thing. And it's just, I feel like building a world where everything is poke this, poke that is not, it makes no sense from a realistic standpoint. And that's kind of where my world comes from, is very much more like grounded in
and
reality.
I can just hear the ancient Poke historians like, oh, because Arceus or someone said, we are Pokemon. Or,
well, and that's the thing is, exactly. So it's not mentioned yet, obviously, because we're, chapter 1, we're just starting out. But there is a creation mythos that I've written. There are legends from, beginning of time and from certain eras in time of just, interactions of the gods and humans and things like that. And we do have that. And in my world, again, a big difference that, we're not bringing up yet, because it's not, time yet, is the legendary Pokemon that you run into in the games. Some people justify it, I think I said it earlier, some people justify it as like, well, because it never sat right with me that you could just capture the god of time or something like that. And it's like, well, how can you do that? That doesn't make any sense. Like, what? But the idea here is that, you've got an avatar or a physical manifestation of that being, that deity, and that's what you captured, and it's a piece of it or whatever it is. In my world, that's not the case at all. In my world, there is one Dialga, there is one Palkia, there is one Arceus, there is one Giratina, there's one of these beings, and they are the deities. Pulling from some of the old lore that never actually made it out of Game Freak, you've got Arceus is Aus, and Aus is the creator deity, and it when it was created in nothingness, there was just chaos, and it hatched out of a single egg that was born out of the chaos, and as it grew in strength, the fragments of its egg became giants that fought against it, agents of chaos basically that came and fought against Aus. Aus fought against them and was able to come out victorious and defeated, these giants, these beings of chaos, and took their corpses and used them to fashion Dialga, Palkia, Aya, and Ea. And eventually Ira, which is Giratina, and Valix, which is another, the fourth dragon as well. And as then Aus left and basically retreated and said, here is my command to you two, hold back the chaos, spread life, and spread your light. And then Aus sealed itself away, basically, and disappeared. Basically to recover because of, the great battles that it just had with all these giants, and it's, one of those deities, the creator deity, that is now just gone, just is not felt anymore. So now Aya and Ea go out, and they start to spread, life. So they create these three beings, Azelf, Mesprit, and Uxie, which are I, Ray, and Hai, the gods of heart, the gods of voice, and the god of the eye. And they are given the seed of life and told to grow the seed. They go and they plant the seed, it grows into a tree, but the tree is too unwieldy, the tree is too powerful, the tree is too overwhelmed, so they have to stop the tree. So they destroy the tree, they break it down. Their parents, if you will, their creators, Aya and Ea, come, and they see the sadness of their children, and they take pieces of the tree, and they create the world from this tree. They take the branches of the tree, the sky, and they create the Rayquaza, who is Ra, and they create him, and he becomes the pillar of the sky. Then they take the trunk of the tree, and they create Ro, which is Groudon, the creator of land and the form of the earth. And then they take the roots of the tree, and they Race, which is Kyogre, which is basically the god of the sea and of waters, and water begins to flow. So now you have the world that is formed, and then from there, and then beyond that, now you have the three children are now happy, and they the world is formed, and they start to spread their ideals throughout the world, basically, and start to infuse the world with their entity, if you will. Aya and Ea now settle down and say, okay, we are now going to fill the world, because we remember our creator's command, which is to spread life, to spread our light. So we will now create. And so because of that, they created, both of them created out of the land, the Ferris, which are, basic creatures like bugs and animals and bacteria and things like that. And then Aya sets and creates what become Pokemon, the Vi, which are beings of incredible power and elemental ability. And then Ea, the mother, she creates, because Aya is the father, Ea mother, she sits and creates the humans, the anima. They are beings of ingenuity and a community and willpower, and they are then things. So now you have the Ferris, you have the Vi, you have the anima, and they are the three beings that create, that basically fill the world, and that is kind of the creation mythos, if you will. And Aya and Ea and the three gods of the eye, of heart, and of mind, they and willpower and such, they all live in communion with all the creation. And that is my world's creation mythos. And that's that. And so you have those exact things. You have Arceus, Aus, who existed, but is not really around anymore, is not really felt. He's not some Pokemon that you can go find up in the Hall of Origin. He's just chilling. It doesn't exist anymore. Then you've got, some of these other gods that, exist and have helped create the world. But later on, you end up having a great war, several of them actually, through time. And one of the great ones, you actually have someone who is seeking to end the war, who actually, makes a wish upon Jirachi, and, wish magic kicks in and basically ends up sealing away a lot of the gods, because people were using the power of the gods to do terrible things, to the world. And so Princess Sharona, she shows up, and her wish is basically to end her father's war, because her father is the one that's actually waging war in the world, and her wish is basically to stop her father's war and to make it so that people can't use the powers of the gods for evil anymore. And Jirachi's wish magic interprets that as cool, and basically seals away all of the gods of old, and now they are no longer able to exist. Basically, they don't exist on the world's plane anymore. So you can't go find Kyogre, you can't go find Groudon. They don't exist anymore. They're not in the world. But Aus, being the divine creator being who is specifically commanded that life and light spread and that chaos be halted, the power of the gods must live and must expand. And so because of that, it finds its way seeping into the world, and thus you end up with these beings called wielders, who are basically people that are born that end up having an affinity with one of the gods, and therefore they can wield some of their abilities. They are kind of driven by that god's ability, and so on and so forth. So now you can kind of see where I'm coming from, where the point is that this could very quickly be turned to be not a Pokemon story and just be a standard fantasy story, and it could be something totally different. So that's where we're at. That's a lot more than I intended to go into this evening. It is now 12:12, so I apologize, everyone, for that.
Came out, but in a good way today.
Right? It definitely did. We're 4 of you or so. Whoever's hanging out, good for you. I'm glad you're here, getting to enjoy this. But that is my creation mythos, and one of the Great War mythos that basically led to the war we have today. And so, not to spoil things and get into stuff, but the idea being that, as we move forward, certain characters we will run into are actually going to be some of these wielders, and wielders are broken into 2 different categories. You have the divine wielders, and then you have those that are the mirage wielders, which are the ones that are partnered with mirage type Pokemon, which do exist. So creatures like Reshiram and Zekrom, they do actually exist in the world. They are beings that exist because, for one, they're not Balix, which is the original dragon. They're actually split, them and Kyurem as well, and they do exist in the world. Other beings like Mew and Evital and Xerneas, they all exist in the world. They are there. They are manifestations of some of the deep actual like fundamental rules of the world. Xerneas embodying death and entropy, and then you've got Xerneas life and order and things like that. And so you end up with there are tiers, if you will, of wielders that exist. You've got like I said, those that are the divine wielders, the high wielders, the ones that are actually aligned with the gods of old that no longer exist in the world. And you have some of the mirage wielders, mirage bonded, which are basically people that exist with some of the actual existing ones that are strong, powerful Pokemon that are either so few in number they don't really register as creatures. They're mirage Pokemon is what they be called, or mythical Pokemon as we classify them, and so on and so forth. So there is a buku amount, because I am a lore guy. I am a lore person. That is what I love. And so of course this world has all the lore in the world set aside first, and then the story is being written on top of that. And this is of course from quite a long time, like a decade plus worth of me working on this and getting this together. So there is a lot of lore built into this world. Now it's really just bringing the story to life out of that world. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from. To wrap it kind of all up, this world exists and is a thing that's been around for a millennia, or longer, actually. I mean, it's a very old world, and people have lived in this world and exist in this world. It has a very rich, long history. The best thing I can compare it to is, Lord of the Rings and Middle Earth and stuff like that. It's just that this world exists and has existed for a very long time, and we're just kind of dropping in the year 1207, of this world, in this era, the Accords era, and here we're picking up a story. It's basically in this world, and that's kind of where I'm. So anyway, everybody have a good night. We're done. We're getting out of here. We do this show, not this show. We do Space Engineers every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight. At the moment, Eastern Time, time. Right now we're on Daylight Time, which is 23:30 UTC. We get together on Sundays, usually to do stuff, either Elite Dangerous, Sea of Thieves, or something else. Who knows? And we do that usually at 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight, or I think 0100 UTC, I think is what the time is right now. That is what I got. If you liked the video, leave a like. If you didn't like it, I don't know, don't leave a dislike. That's kind of sad. Maybe just say something. Who's to say? comments are great. The guy counts as engagement while still telling me it sucked. I don't know, whatever you want to do. If you are interested in anything else that we talk about, hit us up in the Discord. Come and talk to us. Say hey. Let us know that you are interested in the things we were talking about or the things you were reviewing tonight, and that is that. Got plenty of stuff in the backlog, so go check that out if you're interested. This series is Elements of Survival. This is basically where myself, I am sea-based, Gmod is air-based, and Infinite is land-based, and we can only really do things within those elements of our own. As you saw tonight, some of us can create and sell, versions of ships that we create to other people, but for the most part, we are limited to those elements that we have. We are playing the Garrus at War scenario, which is an older scenario, kind of a subset of the Ares at War, but it's kind of an earlier version, but we are knocking it out, and it is going great. If you're interested at all in the Pokemon story thing that I've been doing, that was originally called Journeys before Nintendo decided to steal that from me, then by all means, pop in the Discord or say in a comment, let me know what's going on there. I do think that I am probably at some point going to either put it on our website or drop it in the Discord as like a separate forum or channel or something. I don't know the best way to do it, but start getting that out there for people to see that as well. The old version of the story, the 2016 vintage, is in fact on my website, mantachasm.online. The new one is called thechasm.gg. We have not loaded that one up yet. I have not started that site, but at some point we will move over to that. But that is all that I have. Everybody have a great evening. We will catch you later, I guess on Sunday, so in a couple days. If we don't see you then, hopefully we see you next Thursday. Have a great night. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.